O whakaronga ki au ki te tangiata manu e rere runga rawe e tui a. Tui ai runga, tui ai raro. Tui ai roto, tui ai waho. Tui a te heringa tangata, ka runga te pō, ka runga te ao, a tihei mauri ora. A te mihi tuatahi mihi ki nā atua kaharawa. A ho mai o kaha, ho mai o arawa ki a mātou i tēnei wā i nā Whakatau hoki. E nā atua a tēnā koutou. A ka huri au taka whakaaro a ki nā tini aitua, nā mati ko wehe atu ki te pō, a e nā mati haere hari atura. A i tēnei wā, ka taku whakaaro aroha ki nā whānau o te pātaka o rākau hautu. Nā rangatira ko wehe kia Ian Richardson, te hoa rangatira o Pam, kia Kaira Tainui, te hoa rangatira o Uncle Wee, ko Jim Lilly hoki. Kia koutou, nā rangatira ko wheturangitia. Ka hoia tō tātou waka ki te taho o tō tūpuna, haere hari atura. Āpiti hono o tātou hono, rātou ki a rātou, āpiti hono o tātou hono o tātou ki a tātou te hunga ora, ko tai mai nei i tēnei wā a tēnā koutou. Nau mai hara mai ki tēnei hui o tātou, te hui ono o rau, o tēnei kaunihera. Nau mai hara mai. Nau mai hara mai, kei raro i te tūnui o tēnei whare o tātou, te whane o te kaunihera tai o ki Waitaha, i roto i te rohi o nai tuahuriri. Nei te mihi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou, nā manuhiri, ko tai mai nei i tēnei wā, ki te whakarongo, ki te kōrero o tēnei kaunihera, tēnā koutou, ki nā kai kaunihera, nā kaimahi, tēnā koutou hoki, mō tō tātou mahi uaua, tō mahi, ko tō koutou mahi whakahirahira, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou, just opening up our hui, and wanted to acknowledge the passing of a number of people in the past few weeks. First, I acknowledged Ian Richardson, who's the husband of Pam Richardson. Many will know Pam. She's a staunch advocate for both the environment and for farming on Te Pātaka o Rākau Hautu, Banks Peninsula. So our thoughts go out to Pam and her whānau. Someone's got their phone on. Also to Kaira Tainui, one of our whānau from Onuku, over in Akaroa, and she's the wife of Uncle Wee. So a big whānau of Tainui, and our thoughts go out to them in this time. And also to Jim Lilly, who was a person I have known for a long time, in his role when I was interacting with him in his role with Project Jonah as a marine mammal rescuer. He's also been a maritime inspector for Maritime NZ, volunteer with Canterbury Coast Guard, the Christchurch RSA president, and I also noted bus driver trainer, so pretty pertinent to the work we do here at Environment Canterbury. So, and recently he was made a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit in June 2025. So just passing on condolences to Jim, his family, and all the other families that I've mentioned there today. So just passing our condolences on to them. And just to welcome everybody here, thanks for being here. This is our 600th meeting, actually, of the Regional Council. On average, maybe 10 or 15 meetings a year, so do the maths. There's been a few, but it's another important meeting for us here for Te Kaunihera Tai o ki Waitaha, the Canterbury Regional Council. We've got a quorum present, so I'm happy to declare the meeting open. Just one thing we're going to be doing is item 8.6 on the agenda we're going to bring before item 8.5, but we'll get to that later in the day. I've got no apologies. Everybody's here. Councillor Diche is online. So we'll move into conflicts of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest for anything on today's item, today's agenda? No? we'll go to public forums, and we do have a public forum. I'm not sure if Sabrina has arrived. Oh, Sabrina's online. Cool. We were waiting for you to arrive, Sabrina, but there you are. You're online. So, kia ora, Sabrina. Kia ora, how are you? That's nice and loud, so that's good.
Here I am.
So, look, we'll hand over to you in a moment. You've got 10 minutes to speak to us. Sort of includes the time for questions. So, if you want to leave some time for that, then it's good to do that. And you're here on behalf of the Kaikōura Wildlife Centre Trust, so happy to hand over.
The Trust Manager for the Kaikōura Wildlife Centre Trust, thank you for taking the time to meet today. I think this is a really urgent conversation to have, and a big part of, I think, the issue is that there still remains very little public knowledge. So I'll quickly skip to what I've taken down as notes so that I don't chew off your ear. I want to stick to the time frame. So essentially, I want to take the opportunity to raise awareness today on the state of Kaikōura's fragile ecosystem and imperiled marine life. We know that Kaikōura is a biodiversity hotspot and a site of international importance. As a global seabird and marine mammal capital, this unique and outstanding example of a marine ecosystem has global significance and requires increased protection via a multi-agency approach. Unfortunately, there remains little public knowledge of the scale of biodiversity loss as a result of human-related impacts. Mass seabird and fur seal starvation has been occurring for years, with excessive seabird mortality first noted a decade ago. So this isn't a new issue, it's essentially an accelerating and growing concern. As a volunteer-managed charity, we're focused on species preservation and marine ecosystem health, and we have witnessed this starvation mortality year after year. This is incredibly heartbreaking, and there's also no public understanding to the primary cause of this. And many members of the public, particularly being a tourism hotspot, report starving or dying seals and are concerned as to what is going on effectively. Our core efforts revolve around the rescue and rehabilitation of unwell wildlife, with seabirds being the primary patients in care. High seabird diversity obviously correlates directly to increased patients' admittance and care, and I would argue we would have some of the highest seabird cases in the country, especially if we were to achieve a wildlife hospital long term in terms of capacity building and being able to aid the number of animals that actually require care on an urgent level. Our core efforts revolve around the rescue and rehab component of our work, but we also know that there's so much more that needs to be done in terms of habitat protection. Unfortunately, there's little frameworks in place for that if you're thinking about aiding unwell seals. So there are no legal frameworks to directly aid pinnipeds. If you're talking about wildlife care in terms of rehab and rescue, internationally there's a lot of marine mammal centres that do this work and are fantastic at doing it. We're not at that point in New Zealand, and I would like to see that change. So effectively, wildlife rehabilitators and wildlife vets are not authorised in New Zealand to aid unwell seals. So this falls outside of our current capability, nor do we have the facilities for marine mammals. But we really need to see that change, that long-term with accelerating biodiversity and climate crises, that seals will understandably cease recovering. They're nowhere near their former abundance levels, and they will continue to decline from here on out. I cannot see a picture where we reverse this sort of a population loss, given that they're only at 10% of their former population level anyway, post fur sealing in the 1800s. So human-related impacts are compounding and worsening, with the key drivers in decline being climate change and overfishing, resulting in decreased ocean productivity and reduced prey availability. This has been proven in terms of necropsies across these animals. So if you're talking about post-mortems, MPI and DOC have done investigations. Wildlife hospitals across the country have proven over and over again that mostly the seabirds in care are being admitted because of starvation. Everything else is sort of an extra, whether you're talking about boat strike or fisheries bycatch. Starvation is the core reason these birds are being found beach cast deceased or alive in critical condition. So in terms of how this impacts how these animals are able to forage, essentially if you're talking about decreased ocean productivity, you're kind of looking at increased foraging effort effectively and decreased foraging success. So these animals are working much harder to find their prey and losing body condition. This impacts reproductive output and survival, resulting in high mortality rates. So that's what we're talking about with mass mortality across species, across the ecosystem. Primarily, we're seeing this in breeding adults because they're not able to gain condition to effectively raise young, or in the case of seals, be pregnant and be able to carry those fetuses to term, let alone raise pups. And obviously juveniles are inexperienced foragers in challenging conditions. They're the most likely to be faced with decline and mortality rates. We believe that the Kaikōura region is experiencing systematic marine ecosystem collapse. This is undeniable. The question is, what do we do about it? So we need to pivot to how we can collectively address and reverse this alarming trend. It's not isolated to Kaikōura. This is happening around the country and around the world with warming oceans and increasing fisheries depletion. The difference with Kaikōura is that we effectively are a bit of a magnet for these species. We are a biodiversity hotspot. The Kaikōura Canyon environment draws all those cetaceans and seals and seabirds to the region. We are unique and we have high biodiversity. So we see more loss across the system than you would typically anywhere else. And it's very apparent and very I would say undeniable in what we are seeing. So we'd like to kind of say that conservation is focused on problem solving. We know what the primary drivers of decline are, how to mitigate the threats and implement solutions to alleviate known pressures. So the known pressures are climate and overfishing. Whilst climate action requires not just regional but national and international cooperation and will obviously take time to address, we reviews as well in terms of quota management. We really see that ECAN plays a pivotal role in this in terms of coastal management planning and climate action. And obviously, all of this doesn't simply fall on ECAN, it falls on so many authorities and NGOs and government departments to work together in our ecosystem. And unfortunately, not many parties are willing to speak about it publicly, probably because it's the elephant in the room and it's an uncomfortable topic. And it addresses or kind of recognises that there's a key problem that we need to fix. And I think we've really, as a trust, been really aware of this and want to be a voice for these animals, given that we see this firsthand. So I'll end this sort of discussion point there. You've all got information as well. And please feel free to ask me any questions in terms of engaging on this topic and progressing from there. So thank you so much for listening. I know that was a lot of information and I'll zip it and see if there's any sort of glaring or obvious questions or sort of concerns from the councillor's point of view.
Kia ora, Sabrina. No, thank you. You did really well at getting all that information across to us, so thank you. Questions? Genevieve.
Thanks, Sabrina, for speaking to us today. It's Genevieve speaking. I'm not sure if you can see me.
I can, thank you.
Just considering that central government is seeking pausing on planning and things like that at the moment, I'm just wondering if there's anything in particular that could be done sort of outside that scope with regards to maybe strategic work in the background or with other key stakeholders in this. That would be my first question. Then I've got a backup as another one as well.
Yeah. Obviously, we're sort of in an interesting political scenario nationally at the moment where environmentally with the fast track bill, there's certain things happening that are not kind of conducive to addressing some of the issues we're seeing here. So that's a big question to address. But beyond, if you're thinking about, you know, the responsibilities of DOC within the government department system, there's so much that does kind of fall within regional or district councils as well, where we can, I guess, pick up some of the slack where government departments maybe aren't able to do what needs to be done. So it's not an easy fix and it's complex, but I think ECAN, and we have worked with ECAN extensively to date in terms of particularly at the moment with penguins, little penguins.
Sabrina, we've just lost you momentarily.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and your camera's, the resolution's gone a bit fuzzy, so maybe it's just a bit of a
Must
connection
be a
issue.
connectivity
But
issue.
keep going. Did you finish what you maybe
So
just
in
repeat that
terms
last
of,
bit?
I have no easy answers in terms of how ECAN can best be involved in driving this. Coastal management and climate action are the critical factors that are obvious, and it may be that ECAN can work with DOC. Obviously, marine reserves fall outside of ECAN in terms of governance, but coastal management as well. We know that seals, for example, or penguins are effectively harassed by high levels of tourism impacts, and where we can create land reserves where people can't access these animals on the foreshore is one way we can also give them time in terms of recovery. We're seeing a lot of dying animals being encroached by humans and just for photos, Instagram, and being harassed. So at the moment we're working with ECAN for penguins, for example, to propose foreshore fencing, just ropes and bollards, very simple stuff where that is actually ECAN land under ECAN designation. So some of those are simple sort of immediate things we could do. I don't have answers to all the more complex national sort of issues in terms of policies.
Thanks, Sabrina. Yep, where you go, Jennifer.
No, I wasn't aware of that with regards to the penguins. So that's quite refreshing, actually, and great. Long may more of that continue. Just with regards to distribution of the species, I read in your notes that you've seen that some of the mammals in particular are going further afield to eat. Like I think you said about the sperm whale population. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you seen that with other species like the penguins? Are they going further afield?
Yes. Effectively, all of the species are having to work harder to find food. So the distribution patterns are changing. That's partly in relation to climate, partly because of stock depletion. Those species all obviously forage on different kind of core prey. But what we're seeing with seals is that they're being, and a lot of this is anecdotal, there's a lot of really wonderful local skippers and fishermen who do care, who are seeing this sort of stuff and reporting it to people like us, where they're seeing animals so much further out of their common range or normal range and further out to sea, which is considered abnormal, and the animals are prey switching. So we know that fur seals, for example, have been documented to now pursue Hutton shearwaters, which are endangered and endemic to Kaikōura in their own right. You can't blame the seals for that, but they're having to effectively eat anything they can to survive. And so we're seeing real changes in the food chain, and the seabirds as well are moving much further out. And it's been proven with shearwaters. We hope to prove it with penguins in terms of satellite loggers. And you can then see how many more dive attempts they're making a day because of failure to find food, and how much further they're going out to sea.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Before I ask Sabrina a question, I just want to go back to your acknowledgement of the Canterbury Regional Council's 600th meeting. I'd also like to acknowledge that today is the 30th meeting of this triennium by where Ngāi Tahu councillors are actually sitting at this table with a vote. So just to acknowledge that as well. Kia ora, Sabrina.
Kia ora.
He kino rawa nā hua. Your paper has brought to reality the consequences of something that, as you've said, is a lot of it is about human impact. And then also, I would think too, around Rūwhenua Act of God realignment post the earthquake. My question to you is that you have done an excellent job in portraying the real consequences of this thing to date, and with very photographic evidence of it as well. So when I think about Kaikōura, and then I think about then looking at the various influences that are up there, have you engaged, are you starting to engage with, you have one of the senior MPs from the National Party up there, and Stuart Smith as the Chief Whip. You've got Mark Solomon as well, who lives up there now. you've got Te Runanga or Ngāi Tahu, so you've got a mayor that I find is very easy to work with. So are they all inside this network, that needs to actually start, developing a real hikoi or a journey on this thing to help you and to actually profile, because I wasn't aware of what is happening up there to our tai whenua. Kia ora. So that's the question.
Yes, so we have wonderful relationships with the council in terms of the mayor is very excited about what we're doing with penguins. We've had many site visits because we have proposed safe zones. So we're working on the species that are effectively on the point of local extinction beyond the emergency rehab care. We know that we're on the cusp of losing some of these species now. And the council has granted us land in conjunction with ECAN to create fenced safe zones. So that's wonderful. They know what we're doing. They've really engaged. They've also helped fund through the discretionary annual fund parts of our operations, $5,000 towards veterinary caging, things like that. Iwi we've engaged extensively early on when the trust was formed in terms of a feasibility study we undertook with Lottery, Environment and Heritage in terms of the wildlife hospital vision. Unfortunately, they are really at capacity and we often don't get responses to emails. It's not because they don't care. I believe they've received so many responses that they fall through the cracks, but it is really difficult to get engagement in terms of actually having a response from Runanga. They really do understand and support what we're doing, but we don't get that level of on-the-ground engagement, which I would really love. They are at the moment also helping us with providing some traps from the former trapping program for Korora, which is wonderful. But we really want to be able to engage with them more because they care and we care and they know the kind of effort we're trying to lead. But I think in Kaikōura there's still a lot of silo, or in the past there was thinking, and we're seeing more groups come together. So I know Mark Solomon, I was part of Te Korowai for many years, really respect him greatly, he really cares. All those parties are aware, but I think there's it's such a big scale problem that no one knows, who's responsible, who leads it. It needs to be an inter-agency approach, and it doesn't just fall on the government department because DOC is so depleted of resources, it's not going to happen. So we need to see multiple parties come together to drive this.
Kia ora, Sabrina. This is not a supplementary question, just one last observation. And I'm really happy to hear that Environment Canterbury are actually, delivering as well, but also around the Papatipa Runanga. I'm the Māngai, actually, the representative of ECAN Ngāi Tahu councillor that's responsible for Kaikōura. So I will actually assist you in this endeavour actually to profile this. Yeah. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Vicky.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for all the really useful information. And two questions. So the first one is there so nutrient and sedimentation are both things that are totally within Environment Canterbury's wheelhouse and issues both from rural and also from urban centres. And I'm just wondering whether that sort of impact of those things, which are a bit more near shore, you've not really referred to those so much in here. And I just wondered whether that's something that further research is needed to understand those impacts on these populations, or whether you have a handle on that already. And I've got a second question after that.
Thank you. That's a very good question. Sedimentation certainly plays a role because when you think of sedimentation in freshwater or marine environments, it impacts visibility. If whether you're a cetacean, a pinniped or a seabird, you're going to find it difficult to see your prey if visual is your main kind of ability to find that prey. We know that post-earthquake there was huge issues with sedimentation initially because so much loose material came down the rivers and entered the sea. We know that there's still a lot of loose material in the mountain ranges, and there will be for decades to come post-earthquake. And when we've got heavy rains, so climate plays a role in this, we're seeing, increased storm events around the country or more severe weather events, that every time we have a severe weather event, there will be increased sedimentation short-term in the nearshore environment because of all that material coming down from the mountains. so that remains an ongoing problem if you're a nearshore animal that can't forage pelagically. Seals can, a lot of pelagic seabirds can, but the cormorants, the gulls, and the korua are really impacted by that. So it does play a role, but I guess that's sort of an issue that nobody can fix unless we can get all that material out of the mountains. But obviously sedimentation plays a role in terms of agriculture as well. I believe currently it's not a major issue in Kaikōura. There's a lot of obviously farming on the plains, but I think our waterways are being fairly well managed, and there's a lot of riparian planting as well. Second question.
Cool. Thank you. And then the second question, your last point, you say about misconception amongst the public and the lack of public empathy. I noticed it's certainly like the gulls. I've even seen a car drive towards gulls before now, intentionally. And so just that, again, Environment Canterbury does do a lot of work at advocating or improving people's understanding. Is there something that we can do more with that, or are you already feeling like you're getting support on that messaging?
I think the more people that are speaking this message, the better. Environment Canterbury's got fantastic educators, and you're really, really good at your outreach. So if we can kind of get recognition around the fact that these species that are perceived to be common are very easily then lumped into the category of a pest. So seals and gulls are the most hated species in Kaikōura. The word hated is genuinely used. They are the species that are continually subject to wildlife crimes. This is intentional harms. Seals continue to be stabbed and clubbed to death. I've dealt with many wildlife crimes. We've even gotten them to court in terms of evidence. These people filmed themselves doing it, and they were not even prosecuted. They essentially got home detention. So the issue there is the legal system's failing us, even though there's the Marine Mammal Protection Act, Welfare Act. We have the means to, with proper evidence and court proceedings to prosecute and imprison or fine these people. It's not happening. So there's no example across the legal system that this is not okay effectively, and it keeps happening. With the gulls, Kaikōura's got the largest remaining taurapanga colony in the country, the fastest declining colony in the country also. It's the last bastion for a lot of species, and they receive no compassion, and nor do the seals. So the seals are a tourism draw card. The visitors love the seals, but there's no care factor by a lot of the locals that these animals actually are in decline and they need to be protected. I always say that you don't have to be an environmentalist and care about species protection or environmental well-being, but you do, if you are a business, you need to think about the longevity of your business. If you want to have visitors keep coming to the region, they're not going to come if this wildlife is no longer there. So we need to protect the fishery stocks for the fishes and the wildlife, and we need to protect the species in their own right, but also if we focus on ecotourism, to ensure that those animals are there for future generations and visitors as well. So it's a really big picture, sort of holistic ecosystem approach model to me, that kind of looks at vested interests and the species in their own right. And with the gulls, we did a New Zealand Geographic article last year, but it was called The End of the Everywhere Bird. If a bird that was once so common can become a threatened species within a decade, what's going on in the ecosystem? They're highly specialized. They only rely on krill, and they're perceived to be scavengers. That makes them sort of a pest immediately in people's eyes. They don't realize these animals only feed on krill. If there's no krill upwelling because of climate change, that means they're starving, and they're going to be increasingly more visible in urban areas. And that's what we're seeing across the country. That then correlates to misunderstandings that they're becoming more abundant and are increasing. And I understand the public perception of this because that's what is being seen. They're more visible, but there's actually less than ever. So education is critical, that people realize they're doing this because of us. They're becoming more apparent in urban areas because they're literally not finding food at sea.
Thank you, Sabrina. I think that was all the questions we had. Hey, thank you so much for highlighting this massive issue for us.
Thank you for having me. I really
some
appreciate
applause
it.
in the room. You might not be able to hear that, but you got some applause in the room. And I noticed quite a few birds flying around at the back of you in your garden there, so that's pretty awesome to see as well.
There's about 10 tui and 100 silver eyes because they're being fed.
Cool, that's awesome. Hey, so thank you again, Sabrina, for what you brought to us. And we've got a resolution that we're going to put up here. So we're going to put it up on the screen. And that's that we received the public forum from yourself regarding what you brought to us today, and that we give you a reply as soon as practicable. So do I have a mover for that? Genevieve and Nook. So Genevieve moved it, and Councillor Korako to second it. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you, Sabrina. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much. I'll be in touch.
That I've been made aware of. So we'll move to number 6, which is our notice of motion. And as we know, we do have a notice of motion from Councillor Byrnes. So we're going to move to that now and acknowledge the people in the room that have come for that. So, Greg, the procedure is Councillor Byrnes will speak to his notice of motion. There's going to be some time for any questions of clarification before we put the motion, and then ask for a seconder, and then we'll get into any debate after that. So over to you, Councillor Byrnes.
Kia ora, thanks Mr Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa, assalamu alaikum, shalom, peace. My fellow councillors, nearly 3 years ago in my inaugural speech here at Environment Canterbury, I said that I am not here as a moral beacon, nor am I an example to others. I'm not qualified for that. I also stated that where I possibly could, where ECAN had a legal and moral responsibility, we would end up on the right side of history. So before I start and introduce my notice of motion today, I want to acknowledge the Chair and the CE, whose life I have not made very easily over the last few months. I make no apologies for that. Any anger that has been provoked by this being on the agenda, aim it at me and me solely. So again, I make no apologies. My notice of motion is simple. It asks that the Canterbury Regional Council supports the unlawful occupation of Palestine sanctions bill, and requests that Council writes to both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs asking that government MPs support the bill. The bill, which was adopted with haste and unanimously, and with many of the current government MPs supporting it. The bill, however, is currently languishing in the ballot, relying on the luck of the draw. As to date, only the Greens, Te Pāti Māori and Labour have said they will support it. In the last week, since my notice of motion has been added to the agenda, a number of my colleagues have speculated on my intention, including anti-Semitism and electioneering. That's okay. It's not about me. I don't need to respond. However, I will clear up one thing. I've not been nominated to restand. This notice of motion is about doing everything that is possible. Doing the right thing. It is about being on the right side of history. So I'm seeking your support to encourage the government to have the debate on the floor of Parliament. Not us deciding if it becomes law, but the representatives of the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. That said, why support the bill and write to the PM and the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Well, I would say, stop the genocide, release the Israeli and Palestinian captives, and send the aid in. I would add, thank you to the people in the room, to the people outside, to the people online, and to the millions across the globe crying out for action, whether Muslim, Jew, Catholic, Hindu, Sikh, Protestant, Buddhist, atheist, agnostic, or other. It's not our words that are starving the 2 million people in Gaza. It is the actions of the unlawful occupying force of Israel and the inaction of governments like ours. It's not our words that are pulling the triggers of the guns that are used to eradicate Palestinians, including the UN estimated 30,000 women and children killed since October 2023. The unlawful occupying Israeli army, colonisers and its contractors are doing that, with weapons and components supplied by the US and many of the now finally appalled 28 government foreign minister countries. It's not our words or those of the decent people across the globe that have targeted doctors and health workers, journalists and UN workers, aid convoys, or those lured to food stations to be corralled and then gunned down or blown up. But that has occurred because governments like ours have turned a blind eye to the unlawful occupation of Palestinian lands. An atrocity, now a genocide. But we're not here to pass the bill into an act. We're here seeking to have our Parliament do that. We are here at a moment which will cause our grandchildren, and mine is in the room, and I just want to acknowledge the beautiful Eleanor. What did you do? How important it is to you that you can say, I did the right thing. And when we vote today, and I call for division, your vote will be there in perpetuity as a badge of decency or a mark of shame. And a reminder to some of you who want to play the games of politics, to abstain in the belief that you are being neutral is in fact a vote for the powerful. After all, if you don't stand for something, you stand for nothing. Every time a person stands up for an ideal or acts to improve the lot of others or strikes out against injustice, they send forth a tiny ripple of hope. Let today be our ripple. Kia ora.
Thank you, Greg. Are there any questions for Greg? And I would say questions. Any debate, we'll leave to the debate. So are there any questions, Ian?
Well, just a matter of clarity, really, because Greg, in referring to his motion, talked about Gaza, but as I understand it, the occupied lands to which this bill applies is not Gaza, but the lands to the west of Israel. Can he clarify that?
Actually, Ian, I can clarify that. I would consider bulldozers clearing every building, every skerrick of existence in Gaza as occupation. And yes, you're right. We only have to look on the news each night to watch settlers moving into legitimate Palestinian territory where they terrorise families, murder those families, and then move in and take it in. So, yes, I've talked about Gaza, but it's the whole of the illegal, the unlawful occupation by Israel.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, so we'll put the motion up on the screen. Yep, and thanks, Councillor Robinson. So we've got a seconder for that. And do you want to speak, Genevieve, or do you want to speak now or at the end? Now? Okay.
Thank you to Councillor Byrnes, my good friend, for your consistency, your consistent voice here in addressing the unlawful occupation of Palestine, and today for bringing forward your notice of motion seeking further support from this council. Thank you too to Chair Craig Pauling for also being consistent and seeing this finally come to our table. I too support both the reasons, the intent, and the authoring and signing of letters to both the Prime Minister of this country and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, asking that they and government MPs support this bill. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert here or even a consistent voice like Greg on this atrocity, and for that I feel a sense of discomfort and a sense of shame. But what I'm going to say is I will not be silent or complacent to this genocide. When children are constantly targeted, I speak out. When children are targeted for just collecting water in order to survive, I will speak louder. When babies are born and survive merely weeks because of fully intentional means of starvation, I will yell from the rooftops. But this is not about me or about Greg or this council ideally, but this is about them. In the words of the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Occupied Palestinian Territories, Francesca Albanese, no life is safe under apartheid. This, my friends, is it. So I thank you, Greg, and I thank those who are here today in the galleries and online, because this is about you too. Thank you.
Go, Genevieve. Councillor Korako.
E te he mana, e ngā mema o te tepu o te kaunihera, tai au o Waitaha. Tēnā manuhiri a tuaraki. E kia koe e John, a me te ope whakeeke. Nō reira, a tēnā koutou, e mihi atu kia koutou katoa. Ka tua ke au i tēnei wā me te nākau he. I pauri hoki, mō te mama e pā ana ki nā iwi o Gaza. E kore e taia, te kore, e pā nā tamariki, e pā nā whānau, e pā nā kai noho. E pāngia kino ti ana e te riri, he taumata, he mamai, he tino, kino rau atu. He te hea mana. I speak to this notice of motion with a deep sense of respect and for the concern that I know many members of Ngā Runanga o Ngaitahu, the New Zealand public in general, and indeed this council, hold for the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Let me be clear. The suffering on both sides of this conflict, innocent civilians, children and families, communities, is deeply distressing. And like many of you, I carry that sorrow and that outrage. E te hia mana. I will not be supporting this notice of motion. My reasons are not born of indifference or political alignment, but rather from a belief in the appropriate boundaries of our role as a regional council. We were mandated to serve the people of Canterbury, to lead on environmental stewardship, public transport, fresh water, climate resilience, and regional infrastructure. These are critical, complex, and challenging issues that demand our full attention. And they are the kaupapa that our communities expect us to deliver every day. Foreign affairs, particularly those as fraught and long-standing as the conflict in Gaza, are and must remain the responsibility of central government. New Zealand has a Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade and a Prime Minister who represents our nation on the global stage. They are better placed through diplomacy, international law, and global forums to respond meaningfully to this crisis. We see this working already across the world, where France and in September, Great Britain, the UK, will recognise Palestine. If every council in Aotearoa were to take positions on international conflicts, we risk undermining our primary responsibilities and creating division within our own communities. I do not vote against this motion to ignore suffering or to silence legitimate concern. I vote this way to uphold the integrity of our local democratic mandate and to encourage all those moved by this issue to continue to advocate through the appropriate channels, through Parliament, through civil society, and through international solidarity networks. As a Ngaitahu councillor, I bring to this table a commitment to mahi pono, to act with integrity and purpose, and not just sentiment. I stand for the well-being of all our communities in Waitaha, including those of Palestinian, Jewish, and Israeli descent. I believe we can acknowledge pain without entering into foreign policy declarations that are better held by our Parliament and central government. E te hia mana. I have lived in Israel. Fact check it. Project 67. I've seen the Gyrene, these settlements right on the border. I've been through a number of Arab countries. I've sat and eaten with victims that came from Europe after the Second World War at the same table. I've seen the numbers that were tattooed on their arms. I've heard their hara. I've talked to Palestinians. I've been up onto the Golan Heights. I've been across the border. And this situation is complex. It is very complex. He te hia mana.
Let the speaker speak.
I want to quote Ben Keeps in this morning's press. So before, and I hear the tingling already, but before the troll farms and the partisan echo chambers and the generative A1 bots start, and the believers, and if I'm not 100% behind it, then I'm 100% against it. Why do we need to be in a situation that when we disagree with things, can we not do it without the threat of demonisation? E te hia mana, we can care deeply and still hold boundaries. We can care deeply and still hold boundaries. That is the balance I bring to this vote today. Nō reira e koutou rā, kia tau ki te rangi Māori. Kia tau ki te rangi Māori. Whakarongo mai. Nō reira, koutou rā, a tēnā koutou, e mihi atu kia koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe, Nick. Hey,
Be careful, because I will, it any more of that, and then I will ask for standing order. It is a point of order. Yep. Standing order 12.2.
thanks.
Everyone gets
Thanks, Nick. Look,
a right to speak here without interruption.
and I agree with your last sentiment that peace is important. So can we please try to respect the views of our speakers? And it would be great if you didn't do that to our speakers. Just hold that. Peter, Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I won't be as long as Nook or as eloquent, obviously, as him. However, Mr. Chairman, I was surprised and concerned that this notice of motion had been accepted as being appropriate to proceed at this meeting. However, my concern about the acceptance of the notice of motion can be debated at a further time. I don't want to do that here. Councillor Byrnes, I respect your beliefs, and I respect the beliefs of the other people that are here to support you and that are here in this building. But your belief system and my belief system are a little bit different. The suffering in Palestine is real. No one can doubt that. No one disputes that. I'm personally sad and upset with what I'm seeing on television, particularly hearing the humanitarian suffering. And I personally hope this conflict ends as soon as possible with some international intervention. I also speak with respect to you, Councillor Byrnes. We've battled on a number of occasions on these things, but I'm going to speak from my belief system on this. And my belief system is based on what my duty is here as a councillor. Our roles as governors of the Regional Council and our fiduciary duty to the ratepayers of Canterbury is clear. As Councillor Karakia has said, we manage water, land, air, rivers, transport, emergencies and biosecurity. That is our legal mandate, to be in this room and to make decisions on those things. That's what we were elected to do. I think it's repeating what Councillor Karakia has already said. We have a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have a Foreign Minister, and we have a Prime Minister. They represent our country in these matters, not us. We represent the environment in this region. I don't believe this vote will change anything that's happening in Gaza. It will only divide this council and distract from our work. If you want to change foreign policy, there must be other platforms that you can use rather than being in this room and bringing this notice of motion. I don't believe this room is one of those platforms. I will not be supporting this notice of motion. Thank you, Chair.
Peter, any other speakers wishing to speak? Councillor Edge.
Thanks very much, Greg, for bringing this to us. I'm going to support the motion. I know and I understand what's just been said by two members. And firstly, look, I don't think that anyone would say that the actions of Hamas on October 2023, killing people and taking them hostage, wasn't a serious, terrible crime. It was. However, the ensuing Israeli response since that time is an even worse crime. The International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu because of war crimes that he has and his organisation have committed. Crimes against humanity. My support for the motion is not anti-Semitic. It's about recognising injustice and the lack of global action to stop this genocide. I'm exercising my right as an elected member to speak about this issue on behalf of constituents who have a similar view of concern about what's going on in the world. I'm a community leader, and I just thought that I had was the plight of people in various parts of the world over time. If people like us as leaders of this community actually had spoken up and requested our governments to take action, we'd be in a better place. And in actual fact, we are a branch of central government, and we take our regional responsibility in doing that. And that is the reason why I think I'll support it. If we don't do this, we'll end up being like the lost voices of concern around the world. I watch Al Jazeera every morning to catch the news. The number one thing that's been on that news for months and months has been the genocide in Gaza. It's horrendous. And looking at more recent photographs of the malnutrition and babies dying in the hands of their mothers is outrageous. And we should actually be supporting this motion, even if it's just to highlight those terrible things that are happening.
Kia ora.
New Zealand supported in 2016, the national government, in fact, co-sponsored a resolution 2334 at the United Nations, one of the first countries to support a two-state solution. So we have done those sort of things. The United Nations Secretary General has recently called the Gaza situation as a nightmare of historic proportions. France intends, and now the UK possibly as well, to recognise Palestine's statehood at the United Nations General Assembly in September. 60,000 people have been killed, mostly women and children. Hospitals have been destroyed and flattened. Schools destroyed and flattened. Maternity wards. People have been herded like sheep from one end of Gaza to the other in so-called safe zones, only to be bombed and then only to be moved on again, back to the places they came, destroying in vast areas of their urban landscape, the houses of people, their workplaces. It is, when you see the picture, it is outrageous. I saw yesterday an image of a little boy with a bucket running behind a water tanker in the hope that they might get some water. Unbeknown to him, the water tanker was empty. And as the tanker pulled away from him, he stopped and then turned around again. Those images are awful. In the United Kingdom, we have a government that has declared people who protest against what's going on in Palestine as being treated as terrorists. And I look at the people sitting, old people, elderly people, sitting passively on the steps of Parliament and other areas. They say their speech, but there's a policeman beside them ready to arrest them. How outrageous in a democratic country that should be. It's unbelievable. Well, look, that's all really I can say. All I know is that our own foreign minister has called the situation a catastrophe. And this morning, given the news of the concerns of France and the UK, and even President Trump's, obviously, views and recognise the horrors of what's going on, that the Western world is finally changing its approach. And I have no qualms in supporting the motion, Greg. I think it is my ethic, it is my humanity, and I don't think the call for this organisation to encourage the government to make some decisions about the proposed sanctions it's not really inappropriate. I think it's, despite what we do here as a function, this is about expressing some opinions of unspeakable things that are going on in the world. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Vicky.
So I will be voting in support of this motion. It is not demonising Israelis. It's not anti-Semitic to criticise the Israeli government's actions. Criticism of the Israeli government is not support for Hamas's horrific actions on the 7th of October. So let's just be really clear about that. It's possible to have a moral standing on both of those positions. I think my sense of things is that in New Zealand in particular, that the press is not as visible on this issue as it is watching the BBC. So I follow the BBC, and the footage on the BBC and some of the imagery just in the last few days, it's impossible as a human being not to be absolutely horrified and feeling a desperate need to try to do something, anything. Jeremy Bowen, who's the correspondent who has leading on the Palestinian issue for the BBC at the moment, was on a flight, and he made it really clear that whilst the flights that have just recently been allowed through, they are not the solution. They are going to just not even hardly touch the sides in terms of the amount of aid that is required to go into into Gaza to make any difference. But the fact that they're flying was demonstration that pressure from outside of Israel was putting the pressure on, and that's why those flights were allowed. It's a symbolic. It's obviously a bit of a gimmick, almost, but it showed that there is sense and there is action that can come from people putting pressure on. I went to see a film, an amazing film about an Auckland doctor who went to Gaza in the past with his wife multiple times, a heart surgeon, and I signed a petition at that event that was a few weeks ago now, asking for exactly this, the sanctions to be applied. My name went on as an individual amongst many others who went to the film, and I know there's been a collection of signatures going to local MPs. So in my case, that went to Vanessa Wienek. I don't think I've seen any press on any of that. I don't think there's, these things are happening, but it's not gaining traction. There's not visibility to it. We've really clearly demonstrated that for Greg bringing this motion to our table, there is more visibility. But that's the point. So whilst this isn't actually something specifically relevant to Environment Canterbury, it demonstrates that as councillors, we have a label, we have a position in our community that means that we can speak on issues that are significant, important. This is a really significant issue. This feels a bit like the Iraq days back in, it's one of those momentous moments in history where I think anyone with an ounce of humanity should be doing everything that they can. And this is a small ask. It's literally putting our names to a request to our senior parliamentarians to say, please do more. That's all we're asking. And I feel it's really important that we just at least take that small step. This notice of motion need not have taken up much of our time. It certainly isn't costing a lot of ratepayer money for us to be creating speech and time on this. There's plenty of other things that we do that are not necessarily gaining large amounts of change or we have lots of conversation at our table, and some of it's more important and more relevant than others. In this particular case, it may not be so relevant, but it's hugely important. And so I absolutely support this motion, and I will be voting in favour. Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I thank Councillor Karakia for his words? Your words echo my thoughts entirely. I have spent my life picking up the pieces, and I say that it is a lifetime of picking up the pieces. And I am challenged as to what our role is here with Environment Canterbury in this conversation. Is it this conflict? Is it the conflict in Myanmar? Is it the conflict in Russia and the Ukraine? The multiple conflicts and the genocide in Africa? Why today? We could have 5 of these conversations every month and not cover all the conflicts that are creating these issues around the world. I absolutely agree that there is devastation, genocide, whole bunch of happenings, things on both sides of each debate and an argument, but it is not our place to support this motion. Therefore, I do not. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor East. That'll be our last one, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, it's with great concern to me that this notice of motion is being debated today. I feel it's a notice of motion that we should never have had to consider. The Chair, having had legal advice that this is not a core business for ECAN, chose to proceed anyway. The role of the Chief Executive in this process is unclear to me, but it is disappointing when legal counsel advises against this notice of motion that it appears the Chief Executive is obliged to accept the Chairman's decision. I fully respect the beliefs of Councillor Byrnes. It concerns me greatly that an elected member can attempt to use ECAN to get endorsement for their ideals, use the chamber to display political material, use his cycle in protest with ECAN signage attached to effectively insinuate ECAN supports his philosophy. It concerns me also that the voting representation around this table and subsequent voting quorum entitlements is distorted by a member who has not been physically in this chamber for at least 2 years.
David, can we keep it relevant?
I intend not to be
Please.
in the chamber for this notice of motion, as it is not core business for ECAN. I neither support nor oppose the issue. My absence and that of other voters would have simply deferred the vote to another day. I am voting against this motion purely as an opposition to the process that is being used. It is not our core business. There are countless activities conducted over time and daily around the world. Where do we start and stop? Where do we start and stop? We could be debating this sort of issue every council meeting and detracting from the core business that we are elected to conduct. I find the process for this notice of motion disgraceful on all fronts.
Councillor East, I just want to say, like, I'm all okay with you having a go at me, that's fine, but I don't agree with you having a go at the Chief Executive, because the standing orders are clear that it is my right to make that final call. So I just would ask you to refrain from doing that going forward, and also bringing other councillors into it. That's got nothing to do with it. But anyway, let's go to Greg.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, I did say the Chief Executive is obliged to accept your decision. I was not critical of the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad you brought it to the table and didn't use the precedent that was set previously to just write directly to the minister without bringing it to a table. So you could have done that. I'm glad you didn't. Why do you think Britain and France looking to identify a Palestinian state? It's because people like this every week are out there in the streets. It's because people like this are doing the boycotting, the divestment and the sanctions, not just here in Christchurch, across the world. If one can possibly ignore the horror of the starvation and bombing of a confined population in Gaza, which in my mind, it definitely represents a genocide, along with the escalation of the conflict in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iran, there are in fact direct and indirect consequences upon the ratepayers of Canterbury. The Canterbury Regional Council annual plan has been drafted with a presumption of lower interest rates and costs than those projected in the long-term plan 2024-2034. Al Jazeera has reported that oil importing countries around the world are likely to experience higher inflation and slower economic growth if the conflict persists. Looking ahead, analysts warn that central banks would face reduced policy flexibility in trying to control rising prices. Goldman Sachs is saying a worst-case scenario involves blockades of the Strait of Hormuz and a possible outcome of the previous attack by Israel on Iran could be oil over $100 a barrel. That impacts our public transport. Higher fuel costs that will be passed on, which are not budgeted. How's that not our job? This too will be reflected in freight and transport costs and significantly impact our rural agricultural areas, our industries, directly. While some may argue that higher fuel costs will benefit the environment and public transport, we know the truth is that many people cannot utilise PT, and we don't currently have the fleet capacity to significantly increase our services, much less afford it. There'll also be likely less significant cost implications for imports and exports. So to say it has no implication on us, that's getting away from the fact that it is the most horrendous thing I've seen in my 64 years on the earth. I'll leave you with this. If we support this motion here today, I ask that you turn around and you look at the people in this gallery and you see how the ripple that we've started grows as it prepares to leave this room. You can one day you're going to have to look yourself in the mirror, or you're going to have to talk to your grandchild when they say, "What did you do?" And if you do a John Key and say, "I can't remember," you're sickening, absolutely sickening.
Okay, let's put our motion to the vote.
Division, please.
Yep, thanks, Greg. We're prepared for that. To you, Petra. Thank you.
Just a reminder, we've got some online people, so please use your microphones as you give your answer. Councillor Karako.
Go.
Councillor East.
Against.
Councillor Davies,
For.
Chair Pauling,
Aye. For.
Councillor Scott,
Against.
Councillor Cranwell,
Aye.
Deputy Chair Swiggs,
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie,
Against.
Councillor Edge,
For.
Councillor Robinson,
Yes. 4.
Councillor Sunkel,
Against.
Councillor Ward,
Against.
Councillor Diche,
Absolutely for.
Councillor Southworth.
For.
Just so the result is 8-8, so the motion is lost. Thank you, though, Greg. And thanks to everyone in the room. Well, how am I going to stop it, Dale? Please, yeah, please go in peace. Thank you. Yeah, let's adjourn. Yeah, 5 minutes. Thank you. Yep, kia ora, we're welcome back. We're back, and just thank you for everyone's patience. Then we had quite a lot of visitors in the room, and a bit of emotion being shared. And just wanted to say, like I said, the motion was lost. Really, it was tied, but effectively that means in a tied situation that no action is taken. So just to clarify that. Let's go to item 7 on our agenda, 7.1, and that's our minutes from our last meeting, 25th of June 2025. We've got a resolution there. It's in our minutes on page 35. And obviously the separate agenda from 2 to page 141, so quite a big stack of papers there. That was our resolutions around our annual plan plus a few public forums. Does anyone have anything they want to raise on the minutes? No? Other than that, let's put it to the vote. Anyone want to? Nick, you'll move, and Claire seconded. Thank you. Councillor Ward, Councillor Mackay. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. We're going to go to 8.1. This is our Braided River Revival Whakahaumanu Ngā Awa Pākihi 100-year strategy. It's on page 36 of Strategy Advisor Regional Strategy. So kia ora kōrua. Welcome.
Atamare. This item is seeking your adoption of the Braided River Revival Whakahaumanu Ngā Awa Pākihi 100-year strategy. The accompanying council paper covers the development of the strategy, including the various engagement processes and the key outcomes sought. We have engaged on this approach, the whole of river approach, in a range of fora over the past few years, including the last 2 long-term plans and their 30-year infrastructure strategy components, Te Ruputuia and Papatipiru Nangahui, and also through the wider What's Our Future and Let's Pick a Path consultation in 2023. The strategy itself sets out the Canterbury Regional Council's long-term commitment to how we will work in and with rivers across Waitaha, Canterbury. It is a non-statutory strategic document that guides that whole of river approach based on our responsibilities as a regional council and shaped by the evolving expectations of our partners, stakeholders and communities. The draft strategy in your papers is essentially the same document that you provided feedback on at the briefing 3 weeks ago. We have made changes to reflect your feedback at that briefing. Thank you.
Marie. Any questions for our team before we move to the resolutions? No? Vicky?
Just two things. Firstly, just to clarify that this is a non-statutory document. Is that correct? Yeah. And then the intent of this, so we do have aspects from what are statutory documents that have been drawn into this to essentially help create a sort of holistic perspective or holistic action, or basically pull together all in one place how we're going to be delivering on outcomes that have a broader outcomes and values aligned to it than what the individual pieces in different places do. Can you just clarify if I'm correct in my understanding of that?
I think the genesis of this was to bring together both what are now the core services, so bring together the initially the biodiversity and biosecurity aspects, and so now our environmental regulation and protection, and also our flood protection and resilience. I think we have pulled in elements from across a whole lot of our statutory documents. We've referenced all of those, and we've also taken note of the current conversations you're having in relation to changing national direction. So I think as strategic document, it's high enough and broad enough to kind of bring all of those things together, but the implementation plans that we brought to you last briefing will probably have more of that direction in keeping with wherever all of those various pieces fall. So we've tried to keep it at that high level to enable that to work through those work programs, and that will come to you through long-term plans and annual plan processes. Is that okay?
Thanks, Marie. Peter.
Yeah, thank you. And this has been a long gestation for this to get us to here. I think the significant point that Vicky made, it's a non-statutory document. People having seen this in the council agenda papers, and I just said in a run through that it was really nice to hear someone ask a question, because I'm obviously paying attention to our papers. But this, there was a bit of, this looks official, you know, because of the recommendations we have in front of it. And this singular person was concerned because, you know, there wasn't a hui like you have around a plan or those sorts of things specifically about this over that period of time. So my question is this, I'm getting my question. My question is this, Marie, is that how do you change non-statutory documents? What's the process of going through and actually, once they're in place, then making recommendations, you know, coming to them from members that may have some concerns about them? How do you do that? Well, Chair, you might know.
I would have thought through the strategy and policy committee in future, that would be where you'd review these strategies on a rolling basis. So that, and it's probably got review clauses in it, so on timed basis. So there's definitely opportunities to review and look at that. But if the staff have anything else, happy for that to be said.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, no, absolutely. The non-statutory documents can be reviewed, and often it's sort of a 3-5 year time frame for those reviews. And Councillor Scott's points are correct. You know, if the new council saw elements of this in the future, or new councils in the future saw elements that needed to be raised and reviewed as part of that, that would be something that we would bring back through with advice to the Strategy and Policy Committee about which way we would proceed on that.
Cool. Any other questions, councillors? No. Hey, thanks, team. You're ready to go. We'll get into the debate, put the resolutions up. So we have 3 main resolutions for our strategy. You'll see there, first one is to adopt. Second one is to delegate to the Chief Executive any of those minor errors or updates that need to be made. And the noting resolutions there about how this is going to be shared with other partners and on our website, etc. Mover, Grant Edge, you happy to move that? Thank you, Councillor Edge. And a seconder? What's that? Oh. Yeah. And Vicky, Councillor Southworth, you want to second that? Cool. Well, let's get into it. Yep. We'll go to Grant first if you want to speak first. Grant is the mover.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'll just say some notes. Look for them on delivering this important direction for the future. The key issues for me were, firstly, its purpose, and that's to provide this 100-year vision. Secondly, it provides for a whole of river approach that considers multiple values. And thirdly, the framework allows for consideration of more detailed, place-based work that can support broader collaboration and collective action at a landscape scale across agencies and communities. The strategy identifies the challenges to reverse the decline of natural character of braided rivers. It acknowledges that these river systems are connected with all freshwater bodies within their catchments, including tributaries, wetlands, springs, and groundwater systems. The strategy approach recognises the spatial differences across Canterbury, and in doing so provides an opportunity to collaborate with mana whenua and local communities in their catchments. And that means management solutions that recognise their aspirations and values and agreed outcomes with place-based actions to achieve them. It delivers the vision made in the Canterbury Water Management Strategy to preserve and enhance the natural character of Canterbury rivers, as well as considering those intrinsic and amenity values of ecosystems and landscapes that all of us enjoy when we explore and recreate in our natural environment. We have to be better stewards of our landscapes and waterways for future generations to enjoy. So this long-term strategic 100-year vision recognizes this responsibility and provides guidance about how to revive and especially manage our most important internationally recognised iconic braided rivers. With respect to the timeframes that were just discussed on page 55 of the document, page 55 suggests that a review for the timeframe might be 10 years. However, I'm wondering if it's possible to change that so that it aligns with the timeframe suggested in the gravel management strategy and also the 30-year infrastructure strategy. And that enables the alignment to continue across a range of water management strategies. Gravel management strategy part of the document, it does give that inference about the time frame. So I'm just wondering, Chair, if it's possible that that could be considered as a minor amendment for the Chief Executive to amend, or at least be treated as a secretarial note that could be acted on later. But I think it's important that we have the ability, each triennium, for example, to just review these things at each long-term plan process, and that way that everything's aligned. But well done, and it will be an important document for reference for everybody going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. Vicky, do you want to speak now or at the end?
Oh, I'll speak at the end.
Cool. Ian, let's go to you, Ian.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I won't vote against it. But I did reflect in the formation of this Braided River Revival strategy that the one area of weakness is recognising the changing nature of our catchments and therefore the changing nature of how we address the risk to our communities and addressing that. And the Council has adopted a policy of reviewing how flood protection and river management is done, spreading, and with the intent to try and spread that burden across a wider section of the community to reflect the the benefits to the wider section of the community. And I just was disappointed that that reflection in terms of how we are moving forward isn't properly reflected in the strategy on page 53. And I did ask the staff to add a section in there, and that hasn't been done. And I think that's disappointing, but I don't think it's fatal.
Thanks, Ian. No.
First of all, just to acknowledge Marie, Jesse, and I know that this has been a long journey, and also around looking at the engagement significance, Māori participation, and very much the 8 points that you've actually highlighted here. One in number 32 on page 40, part of it, and I hear this a lot, partnering with Papatupu Runanga on place-based opportunities. And I just, and Councillor Edge was kind of, I think that's part of his point before about, how do you implement that? I know this is a 100-year plan, and I'm really aligned to what Councillor Edge was saying, is that, how we can then bring it into our annual long-term plans. Because one of the things, and an example of that would probably be the Kōwhai River in Kaikōura, around the procurement situation there, with Papatupu Runanga, in some ways, deemed to be conflict of interest because of the Papatupu Runanga relationship, and a conflict of interest, in some ways around the procurement. So that's where I see, sort of, it needs some implementation, I know, and they're not just words then. So kia ora. Thank you for this. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Nook. Peter, and then Dion.
Yeah, just to, and also to highlight the work that you've done, Marie, because it's a document been held on for a long time, and also Jess and the other people in the strategy and planning. Look, I like this document because I think it gives us a reference point for people who are concerned about what's going on with rivers to dig into. And I particularly like the point that that it's a non-statutory document also, because it gives the strategy committee an opportunity to be inquired upon at that level with the whole of council present. And the other really great thing about this is the 100-year vision. I mean, it's really hard when you're at my end of the continuum to look at 100 years ahead, but and maybe none of us will be around, but maybe our grandchildren's grandchildren will be. So thank you for that, and actually having 100 years on it is a special stamp, so thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Dion?
Thanks. I just wanted to add the voice that this is a really good strategy from where I sit. So thank you very much for the work that staff have done to bring it together, and also to all the communities who have been involved in the bringing this together. I do need to share the feedback that there have been a few that I've spoken to who feel like they haven't necessarily been involved as much as they could have, but you can never necessarily get in front of everybody at every time. So I hope that there is an evolution of bringing more voices into this conversation, because as Councillor Scott said, the landscape's always evolving, so the strategies need to evolve with them. One of the things that I'd love us to be thinking about in the future is how we align better the funding element of our rivers, the strategies, and all of the other work that we have in around the civil defence and the mitigation, and how do we bring industries such as banks and insurance companies alongside us to all have buy-in on this. We need to be thinking, how do you align everything that we do with not just in the river, but everything that has an effect on those rivers? Because we've just seen what's happening up in the north part of our island at the moment, and we've seen what it's like when things don't necessarily go right. You can't control what the environment is going to do when it rains, but we can definitely do work to make sure that when it does go wrong, that we can recover well. And that's what I think, and I hope the strategy can sort of lead towards. And we need to be thinking of rivers as part of the infrastructure picture. And that's one of the things that I've seen a slow shift at the Infrastructure Commission towards thinking this way. And I know that I was there with the CEO when the Infrastructure Commission was down here in Canterbury, and we talked about that. They weren't necessarily thinking of the assets of stock banks and river networks and all of those things as infrastructure, but they have to be part of the picture, because that infrastructure protects and enhances other sets of infrastructure around the region. So this is a great start. This is a great place. It will evolve as rivers evolve in our region. So thanks everybody for the work.
Thanks, Dion. Claire?
Sorry, Councillor, your microphone. Sorry, like the others, this has been something that's been brewing and staff have been working on for more than this triennium. So I concur with all the comments I've made. So thank you, Mari, and for your team and Jessie leading this. I think for me, I think that the funding that's been touched on is something that we definitely need to look at, and I think that the start of this is around some of the discussion we're having around river rating districts and the connection in there, where the expectation from our community is that this is bigger than the river rating district that has been set up for have been set up basically for erosion control and flood protection. So I think that that's certainly a discussion that the next council needs to confront and be smart about how they get the funding, as Councillor Swiggs has suggested. It definitely needs to be looked at. The second thing for me is the implementation. We've already got two Braided River Revival plans done, and my understanding is that they're actually both been held up for various reasons. So unless we can get all parties on board and everybody's pulling the same way and everybody agrees that we have to get somewhere in a certain time frame, I think that we're going to have issues. So it's been a constant frustration of mine of our Braided River Revival project in the Waimakariri on the Ashley Rakahulu River. So yeah, just I think that we need to now turn our focus to that implementation and how we can get these actions on the ground. Just one little thing, and we don't have an option here to make an edit, and it might not need to be in a recommendation, but there is a slight edit to be made on page 49 of our agenda. So it's under funding investment. There's a little is in the second to last line that shouldn't be there, I don't believe. It says there is a lack of long-term sustainable funding is needed to support. I think if we took the is out, it might make a bit more sense.
We definitely can make those changes with Resolution 2, Claire, so thank you. Yeah, we've got a Resolution 2 which allows the Chief Executive to make...
I was just looking at that one.
So thank you. And thanks for picking that up. Ian, and then I'll come to you, David, after that.
Kia ora tātou, nei anta me kia koutou katoa, kia koe Marie, nei te me atu kia koe e hoa, me tō tīma hoki, Jessie Mā, mō tō mahi, ai kei mua i a mātou i tēnei wā, no reira tēnā koutou tēnā koe e hoa. He rawe te mahi, pērā i te kōrero kaunihera korako, he roa te wā i kōrero mātou tātou, e pāna tēnei, engari ko enei wā, ko tirohia, ko tutuki, ka wawata, o ngā moimoia, o ngā marae, huri noa i a waitaha, nā reira he rawe tēnei rautaki, kei mua i a tātou. Just supporting what's already been said, but just acknowledging Marie and Jessie and the team. It's been a long time coming. It's good to see that it's come before this triennium is finished, so we don't have to hand on to the next one. And I really support it, and I really like how especially they're taking the whole of river approach has finally made it into this strategy, and then moving forward, the next council can take that on, especially for the next LTP and other issues moving forward. And with climate change and other areas coming, that we need to have that whole holistic view of the river, as we've seen up in the top of the Tauihu. If you're trying to constrain our rivers, they will decide where they're going to go. Probably similar to Councillor Korako on Section 32, partnering with Papatipu Runanga, and in that last line, determining further engagement needs and processes will be a key aspect of this partnership. And I'll probably kind of our next agenda item is the gravel, and then a sense of the code of practice. It says an agreed engagement process with Papatipu Runanga and mana whenua, and mana whenua advice, assessment, and their expectations, kind of thing. The code of practice. So, in a sense, working forward from this strategy, it's something to think about how we can implement it. And there's kind of examples already out there. The other thing is, non-statutory. That's our game these days. Environment Canterbury. We can't really do any plans or anything, so we're sticking to our lane. That non-statutory strategies is our game at the moment. So I'm really glad that we've got this, and we can actually do something and vote for something good. Kia ora.
That's up enthusiasm. Non-statutory.
I'm just looking at the camera. Councillor East, David, there you go.
Thanks. Firstly, just like to compliment staff on this report. It's obviously been a project that's been a long time in the making. Just want to acknowledge Councillor Mackenzie's comment that, the rivers do change dramatically over time, and also Councillor Scott's comment about being at the wrong end of the continuum, but a very good strategy. But I would just like to say it is a strategy. I would like to see this organisation have a process whereby the strategy is not stuck up on a shelf and dragged out every 5 years or whatever, but to actively be reviewing this strategy on a regular basis so that it doesn't become what I call a shelf document and is used effectively going forward. I've heard members talking about the next council picking up this and the next council doing that. Well, we could have a totally diverse sort of membership and councils in the foregoing future that are not aware of the work that's done before. So great work that we have done to get to this point, but I'd like to see some sort of process in place that it is referred to on a regular basis and is utilised and doesn't simply just fade into oblivion.
Cool. Thank you. Is that all the speakers we've got? I'll come back to Grant at the end. Oh, sorry, Vicky, you go now.
Yeah, we've reserved my time to the end. So firstly, I just thank staff. It's really good to see this. I remember the sort of origins were starting around about 2020, and real noting that the 30-year infrastructure strategy felt too focused exclusively on the sort of flood management embankments, the old school way of doing things, still critically important, but there is room to bring in wider values, and actually that can provide benefits to safety as well as to biodiversity and other things. I think the fact that around the table we've all just spoken in a collective positive voice, bar the odd slight preference for maybe a little extra thing here and there from Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor East. There will be a time to review that in time. But I think the fact that we're all talking to it is really powerful. And so, let's see what this delivers. The delivery side of things, it does say in the report that it touches on a number of different departments or work programs in our organisation. So I think it's clear that staff have already identified how this is going to start to be delivered. But the budgets, absolutely, that sits with the council ultimately. But we need to, it'd be important to see those come through. it's always easy for things to get away. I know we initially started talking about a 200-year strategy. That felt at the time like 200 years, it's easy to sit back and not really do too much when you're looking at 200 years. 100 years felt like there's an element of urgency, but it's far enough out to actually deliver some real change. And I think it's important to note that we need to get on with it. I think my concern just broadly is that climate change is coming at us fast. When we started talking about this back in 2020, climate change got brought up at the table over and over and over again. And in the last year or two, it's pretty much disappeared. We talk about adaptation. We don't talk about mitigation and emissions reduction very much at all. We are facing an existential crisis, and we have got to do as much as we possibly can, as soon as we possibly can, and put the budgets to it, because in not too far distant future, we're just going to be firefighting. We are going to be reactive as disaster after disaster comes down these rivers and hits us. So the more that we can do up front and sooner, the cheaper it will be, and the more it will deliver benefit to our communities. So we have got to all really seriously hope the council table continues to support this going through the next decade after decade, but certainly the next decade is critical. Just really look forward to seeing this delivered. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Braided River revival plans as those come through. They do need to be done. They are, I think, the thing that becomes people living in those catchments. Absolutely, Councillor Mackenzie's right. It's a catchment. The catchments are the critical, most important thing. That's where people connect and can see what it does for them. Bring it on. Let's see what we can do in the in short and medium term future. Don't hold on to the 100-year. We've got to move now. Kia ora.
Thanks, Vicky. Now, just before we go back to you, Grant. Grant raised it at the start. There's been a few other councillors that have talked about the review process. Staff have offered a potential amendment here just to put that the review date of the draft Braided River Revival Strategy is revised from 10 years to 3 years to align with long-term plan processes and other related strategies. I mean, I think that's a good change. One thing in my mind, I was thinking you could do a full review at 10 years, but each 3-year cycle you have a minor review. So that's another way to think about it. But those words could be updated by the Chief Executive as a minor amendment if we can support that resolution. Gives the Chief Executive a lot more direction to go and do that. Are people happy to put that forward? Yep. Cool. Along that sort of thinking that it's like a minor review within the thing, full review at 10. Is that good? Go boy. And finally, I do have some sympathy, Ian, for your suggestion about the district-wide rating comment. I personally would like to see something reflected about that in there as well. So I wonder, again, because it aligns with our current positions that we've already made, I wonder if there can be a sentence put in the strategy that does reflect that we have done that and we have got an aspiration to keep looking at that across the region, even though we know we need to work with our territorial authorities and our communities to do that. Are people okay with having something added like that? Claire?
I think we need to keep it quite high, because at the moment we're going out with a broadening the funding specifically around flood protection and erosion control, whereas this is a bigger picture.
I get it.
So we need to be very careful connecting what we're already going out and having discussions with to this. And I mean, if it was a generic wider funding option, I think that would be better than necessarily tying it directly to that.
Ian, what's your thought?
Look, I agree with both of you. I think it would be useful to have a sentence, and it should be high level, and it should be about reflecting on the changes in our catchments that require a different approach to how we fund and manage our rivers. Something, and as you said, Claire, I think in your first, earlier in the discussion, it's reflecting the fact we are moving away from targeted ratepayer. Sorry, my brain's going blank, but targeted ratepayers
doing that, yeah.
on the riparian banks of rivers to a wider community benefit. And
I think it aligns with previous positions. It's not as if it's something new. That could be okay, because I don't think we're going to get the words for it right here and now.
I think a sentence in page 53 would be my view.
53, yeah, 53, 54, around that area. So, look, that's just an idea. Are people comfortable with that? If that a slight change, like one sentence, just about alluding to the rating matters and how we get funding, etc. Would staff be comfortable with that? Cool. Thank you.
So, Vicky, you moved this one, didn't you? Was it? Second.
That's Grant.
I mean, I think Vicky sort of spoke to around the broader values, and I think so that we need to make sure that funding is the broader community values. It's so.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to make a resolution on that. I just think we're noting that, and when that change is made around the implementation, a sentence could be put in there just to reflect our previous decisions on that stuff. Ka pai. Are you happy with that, Grant and Vicky, to add that to there? Cool. So let's go to you, Grant, for the last say, and then we'll put it to the vote.
Okay, thank you. Look, I'll just be brief. This is a good document, and it's got everything in it. It's a key page here is the principles to guide our work in the future, and they are really good principles that, as we look at river by river, place by place, that we can refer to these principles to guide our work and what we do. It is about the catchment. It is about the whole of river within the whole of catchment. Which I think is the key thing, and we know what's coming. Spatial planning will help. Spatial planning will help deliver those. You know what I just said for you. Spatial planning will actually provide that broader spectrum of what's happening within our landscape. So I think that this is part of that suite of documents. And I think in particular, it is good to see this suite of documents are just being modernised and refreshed. We've got this one. We're about to talk about the gravel management. We've got the 30-year infrastructure plan, which talks about a transformation away from or using nature-based design. We've got the Canterbury biodiversity strategy on the cusp of being endorsed. And then shortly on the back of that is the review of the biosecurity management plan. So all of those things are delivering good environmental strategic processes going forward for us. And of course, out of that becomes this integrated, holistic view of how we do things. And it means that we can talk to our neighbours and our other agencies and the other landowners along our Kiutikitai corridors. So yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Grant, and thanks everybody. And just to reiterate the thanks to the team, it is great to get here. It has been a long gestation for this, but what they say is good things take time. So thank you for the work that's happened, and happy to put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Awesome work. Well done. It's 5 minutes to lunchtime. I think. Should we just have lunch before we move on? So next item after lunch will be the gravel management strategy. Thank you.
At 1 o'clock, Chair.
1 o'clock, yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Everybody. We're on to item 8.2, which is our gravel management strategy. Again, another piece of work that we've been working on hard here at the council, and I'm going to call up, got Lee Griffiths, our General Manager of Hazards, Sean McCracken, Chief Engineer, and Dr. Tim Davey, our Director of Operations, to introduce the report.
Just to acknowledge actually at lunch about the cake, for the 600th meeting of Regional Council. Thank you for the cake. Probably another celebration is that Peter Scott passed his defensive driving and it's got a certificate. I just want to acknowledge that, Will. Thanks.
He's your friend.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, back to the item in front of us. Way you go, team. Over to you.
Good afternoon, councillors. So the Gravel Management Strategy 2012, which we call the GMS 2012, has been under review since 2022. After extensive consultation with Runanga partners, interested community members and stakeholders to understand their views and gather feedback, we've provided for you a revised version of the strategy which we're recommending for adoption. The strategy will guide the integrated and sustainable management of river-based gravel in Canterbury, and we believe is a thorough document for you to consider. I'll just pass over to Sean McCracken, who's going to make a couple of comments.
All right, so the draft strategy in your papers today is essentially the same document that you received in your June briefing. We have made a couple of minor amendments based on the feedback received since then. Our opinion is this revised gravel management strategy is fit for purpose. It reflects mana whenua and community values. It reflects council's strategic direction and provides a framework to deliver sustainable gravel management across the region. It supports the current approach that gravel authorisations are the preferred method for managing gravel extraction, supporting both flood management and commercial access to gravel resources, while aligning with broader environmental and community outcomes. There are differing views on gravel management, and some members of the community may not support some of the content in the 2025 version of the strategy. However, the strategy has followed the consultation and decision-making processes required under the Local Government Act 2002. The gravel management strategy has had a full legal review, including the changes that have been made in response to the feedback.
Yep, clear.
Just with regard to, and thank you very much for getting this strategy to where we've got it to. I know this is another one that's been a little bit through the mill as we've refined it. And Sean, you just referred to the gravel authorisations being the preferred method. Just off the top of your head, can you confirm for me that they would be mainly around our bigger rivers and our urban areas? Waimakariri, Ashburton, and obviously some south. And the reason I ask that question of clarity is that, and I've got an email just come in today, where does that leave the more remote areas, Hiranui, for example, which has probably less opportunity for gravel authorisations?
So the approach is to use gravel authorisations, which, to remind you, is a permitted activity pathway that's afforded to the council through the Land and Water Regional Plan, to use those in areas where there is a combination of either flood risk, where there's benefit to the existing flood protection infrastructure, or risk to others' infrastructure. So aligning all of those things. For areas outside of those zones, the resource consent pathway still remains open.
Cool. Okay. Got Greg and then Peter.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Look, before I ask my question, I just want to acknowledge you, Lee, and your team. You seem to be in lots of emails that I get about all sorts of events and things that happen 24/7 while we're tucked up in bed. So, again, I just want to acknowledge it and thank you very much to you and your team. I really only have one question. It was interesting when I was down in Geraldine only 2 weeks ago. I was talking to some people in regards to their issues were more around sort of the environment and the impact of taking shingle away, and I listened more than sort of offered stuff to it. But you, I would hope, be confident to be able to say, given there are competing issues, the aim of what this is about is as good as we could have hoped for.
Absolutely, and every gravel authorisation that we grant is subject to a rigorous code of practice, which has, similar to resource consents, a suite of conditions to manage effects on special bird life and fish and the natural character of the river and that type of thing. So we're comfortable that gravel authorisations are granted in a sustainable way, and we have just taken on an extra compliance officer to do extra monitoring to make sure that contractors are doing what they should be doing in relation to the rules.
Cool. Peter?
Yeah, thank you. And again, the second item that we've got, and I think it's wonderful that you've done the work you've done here, and it hasn't been as long a gestation period as the Braided River Revival, but I mean, it's been done really, really well. If you come down into South Canterbury, the three things they want to talk about are wilding pines, wallabies and gravel. And so having a reference document like this gives us the opportunity in the first instance to point people in the right direction, and then ask questions after that if they've got any questions after that. So thank you very much. Well done.
Thanks, Peter. Ian.
Kia ora tātou. Kia ora koutou. You heard me in the previous one talking about the code of practice, and we've already had a discussion on that. I'm first with the strategy, really happy with it, really happy with the process. Lucky enough to go to the 3 Runanga hui, and also to at least the one in Timaru, the gravel kōrero down there, and also how it's gone out to Runanga as well, and we've received feedback. For me, it's probably, going back to the code of practice, really like, how we're going to engage in that. But it's probably just the time frame, really. I know, it depends on the other side as well, on the Runanga especially, but just in the sense of time frame that probably the council think about, and that'll enable, I suppose, Nook and I to go back to our Runanga and just kind of, make sure that they know about the process and are ready for it as well. So just probably time frames.
So alongside this, we also have, as well as a gravel code of practice, a flood protection code of practice for our defences against water. And under that code of practice, we're required to have annual hui with all Runanga, and we do cover gravel in those. There is a current gravel code of practice, and we will be reviewing it and making changes, and work from that will start very shortly if it hasn't started already. We will have it up and running within the next 12 months, noting we do have a current one already. Our annual huis are due to start soon, so we'll be engaging imminently with Runanga.
And just one more thing about the 18 months of the right of the authority. Is that right? Is that initially I think it was a year, and then it's got moved to 18 months. Just the reasons why.
So there's a varying views on durations for gravel extraction. There's some consents that have been granted for 20 years, 10 years, 5 years. In South Canterbury, we ran an approach where there were 12-month authorisations under the gravel MOU. That was working very, very well. Through this process, it's been identified that the industry would like longer. Everyone supports shorter term, and 18 months was seen as a good middle ground, noting that it is a lot more efficient at this end with our extra monitoring to have them slightly longer as well. So as staff, we don't feel like it compromises anything having an extra 6 months on the gravel authorisations, noting some people can apply for less if they would like to.
Thanks, Jan. Any, Vicky?
Yeah, just on the time frame thing, on our recommendation number 4, I just wondered whether there should be at least an indicative date put in, so we will review, or staff will review, the gravel extraction code of practice. And I just wonder from this, and from your response, it sounds like there is a sense of a timeline in there, and whether that should, within the next 12 months or something, be popped in there just to have a time commitment.
Our aim is to have it reviewed by the 30th of June next year at the latest. So if you wanted to insert a date, that would be the staff recommendation.
Cool, thank you. We might do that when we get to the resolutions. Cool, thank you, Lee, for that. Deal.
Got it. And yeah, again, echoing the comments from a few other councillors, the work that's been done here is great. I've attended a number of the hui up and down the region, a couple of tense ones, but obviously it is a tense issue, and I'm confident that we're not pleasing everybody, but I do understand that there is a middle ground that's got to be struck in some of these strategies. The one thing that I am curious about, and I've never really had an answer, is the gravel management strategy itself talks about the influence on taking or extracting gravel and how that changes the river but also how the influence of the land use around the river influences the river itself, and how the gravel moves around and where it may need to be extracted or not. But that leads me into the question about land use planning. Dare I say it?
Spatial planning.
I was trying to find another word. Spatial planning around quarries as well as the rivers. We've got the reverse sensitivity issues with quarries close to the city, with residents, and obviously there's gravel that needs to be taken, because you can't just take it all out of the rivers. We know South Canterbury is to a certain extent over-extracted at the point in time from, if you look at some of the data. How is this thing linking in, or is this a next step about, okay, so we've got this, the gravel management strategy says about gravel across the region. Is there something else that we need to do on top of this to say, where is all the gravel that we can use into the future, maybe a 100-year gravel strategy around where the best places are, in light of also where city councils and district councils are doing their district plans, so that we don't see these reverse sensitivities, so that we do have a cohesive supply both from rivers in the extraction and also from the land use?
Yeah, I think it is the next piece of work, Councillor. What we're focused on here is the sustainable management of gravel in the rivers, and we deliberately haven't gone to that bigger question of long-term aggregate supply for the region, whether it be from land or river space. So that would need to be a further piece of work. And I guess reminding just of the context for Greater Christchurch, it's about 80% of the aggregate supply for Greater Christchurch is from land-based quarries versus rivers. So it's much bigger than just the river gravel management.
That's good. I mean, I know I'm only asking that because the gravel management specifically talks about the influence of the land use and the influence on the river system, which is where the gravel comes. So is that in there? Is there any workflow around what you were just saying, the larger scale aggregate strategy, or is that something that we may need to think about for putting into a annual plan, long-term plan, budgeting cycle?
We do have a relationship with very good relationship with the aggregate industry. The answer to is ECAN doing any work on aggregate strategy in general for Canterbury. It's not part of our current work program, although we are working very closely with quarry industry. You don't have anything to add? So it's not part of our current work program doing that piece of work.
May I ask, is there any reason why it's not? Is it outside of the scope of our work, or is it just something we haven't thought about, or is it something we're just leaving to the industry and then?
It's something the TAs are very interested in, because obviously roading is one of the biggest suppliers or users of the aggregate. It's not something we've ever been asked to do. I know the industry itself, particularly the bigger players through their gravel committees, are looking at that, and they have commissioned some reports and research on the supply and volumes, and there was quite a lot done after the Christchurch earthquake. Whether or not there's any recent work done, we can speak to the industry on that to see what they're up to, and then provide some advice on if it's something that someone should do. I'm not suggesting we should do it at this point in time, but we could look into it.
No, thank you. It's good to know. Cheers.
Down. Any other questions, councillors? Oh, Nick?
Yep. Firstly, Lee and Sean, excuse me, this is an amazing piece of work. I guess the question I have is around the small extractions up to 50 cubic metres. Have you thought of taking it up to maybe 100?
Yeah, that change has been made up to 100 cubic metres. Can be done through our gravel authorisation. Yeah. Anywhere in the region that's specifically in there.
Cool, thank you. If there's no further questions, thanks team. We'll bring up our resolutions, and Ian, I can see you eagerly putting your hand up, and Jan, are you seconding that? Cool. So yeah, Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Cranwell moved and seconded that. And just if we just go down to Resolution 4. Great work, team. Are you happy with that slight change there, Ian, as the mover, just to put by the 30th of June that we discussed before on number 4?
Well, I have actually reservations about having but I'm not going to fight it. I just think that the gravel extraction code of practice has been updated recently. Contractors need a degree of certainty without everything changing all the time. I think the code of practice is fit for purpose. It does reflect things, and I'm not sure but if it's a review to make sure that it is still fit for purpose, then I'm relaxed about it.
Yeah, it will come from staff recommendations, so I think it's good to put in. So yeah, if you're happy, we'll carry on. And you can go if you want to.
Okay, thank you. Look, it gives me a degree of pleasure, and that we can bring forward the adoption of this gravel management strategy. I'd like to acknowledge councillors David East, Jan Crammell, and Dion Swiggs, who came round the multiple. I think attended almost all, but if not quite all, but pretty much all the huis between Runanga as well as the industry and other groups. And so this has been well socialised and very well communicated to those people who are interested. Our rivers are a bit like the three bears. Some have got too much shingle and some have got too little and some have just right. And so there are nuances across the region where not everybody quite, there are significant differences in South Canterbury where in general terms there's probably too little, Central Canterbury where there's too much, and North Canterbury probably where the abstraction and the availability shingle is about right. That's a slight generalisation, but it makes it hard to come to a single defined document to cover the whole of the Canterbury region. One of the purposes, and it goes to Dion's question about the availability of shingle, is to signal to the industry in particular that our rivers are open for business, and we need that because we need shingle taken in those rivers where there's too much to maintain our capacity in our rivers for flood protection. And the share of shingle of aggregate that's been submitted is to A, where the aggregate's available, and B, what are the terms under which they can take it. And I think in places, and when we were having a workshop and discussing it a couple of weeks ago, I flicked up slides from the Araru River and where contractors have recognised the changes have required in the codes of practice and the state by which you need to leave the river for the multiple values. I think those slides actually did a very good job of recognising that from a contractor who has gone through a bit of an epiphany from the way he has operated in the past. So we have a lift in standards, and what has been interesting from the in terms of socialising what this this gravel management strategy is all about is, and probably one of the most difficult questions for our team and Sean in particular to answer when confronted by it by gravel abstractors is that there's a change of standard from in the past. I think for the health of the rivers, it was considered we were taking too much in the past, and so rivers have been allowed to aggregate in terms of the amount of shingle in them to get them back to what is considered a better balance between the natural health of the river and the availability of aggregate. So it gives me pleasure to move the adoption of this gravel management strategy.
Thanks, Ian. Jan, do you want to go now? Okay, Nook.
Kia ora. Look, just from again a Ngāi Tahu Papatupu Runanga perspective, and we've actually seen this through the redevelopment or the development of a new 2-year agreement. One of the issues that we came up against was that there were various Papatupu Runanga who do not have braided rivers inside their takiwa. And I would, an example would be Te Pātako Rākai Hautu. And so there was both from both sides actually, saying, well, at Te Rōpūtuia, we actually shouldn't be making decisions on behalf of other Papatupu Runanga because we actually haven't got a braided river. So my thing is here is that it's interesting on who we're talking about when we talk about Papatupu Runanga, and whether we actually need to identify it more with more detail on who we're talking about within that Papatupu Runanga. The other part is interesting because in 27 on page 61, we talk about the GMS 2025 and the agreed engagement process for individual applications, and then we talk about the Papatupu Runanga role in that. One thing about Papatupu Runanga that I've since being here and listening to it, they've always struggled with actually the extraction companies. There was always this sort of thing about, it's like these are real to us, these are quarries. They're kind of natural quarries, like they all are. But the river, and what would happen if a Papatupu Runanga actually became an extractor? Where would that actually, how would we deal with that? These are just sort of kind of questions that I've had from a couple of Papatupu Runanga. And I know that I don't want to dig too deep into the detail, but that's the kind of thing that we need to be thinking about as well. Royalties is another one, within the takiwā. So when we're talking about these agreements, okay, the way I know, can it be written a little bit? Is there any changes there that we could actually try and sort of reflect what I'm saying or not? But it is something that's always on their minds, and that's where the issues are. It's good to see that the Waihao River is actually classified as a braided river, because we had issues there where it wasn't one part. So, we've actually clarified that. But what they're finding is that a number of these extraction companies, they've got a monopoly. It is a monopoly in a lot of ways. And reason is because they develop, as they get these kind of consents, and also they're allowed to extract from these natural quarries. So all I'm asking is maybe look at that as to how we can be a bit more specific as the Papatupu Runanga, and then also how do they actually get involved in that industry if they wanted to, and how are they classified then? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Dion?
Kia ora. Thanks again to everybody who's been involved in the strategy. And yes, as Ian said, it was there was a few hui around the place to get the views and to get the understanding of both the limitations and also the opportunities and also the realizations in some places. But I actually wanted to bring a bit of think that we need to do a case study on this process, because when you've got Councillor McKenzie and Councillor Cramwell both moving and seconding a single document, something's gone right, I think. So maybe we need to do an analysing of the case study of how this has got to where it is, so that we can do this again for other documents, because that's the council that we should have, is one that does that. That's awesome. So well done, Ian and Jan. I think this is great news. But anyway, I'm excited by the part of this document, apart from the comments that I made before in the question, and we'll come back to that. A part of the thing that I'm really excited about here is they're starting to realise the use of technology and the LiDAR, and understanding exactly where we need to be doing the extraction and where we don't need to be doing extraction. And what I think about this is especially around our emergency response and preparedness more so. If we're knowing that there's something coming and we've got up-to-date data, and we've got up-to-date data at almost an instantaneous point when we need it, we can prepare, and we can be very prepared. If we know there's an event happening, we can understand, okay, we've got people activated out there, can go do the work to make sure that our communities are resilient. And then there's the gravel use or the gravel extraction as a part of that. So So I'm really excited by the use of that and the part of that about expanding that technology inside this gravel management strategy. I think that's really cool because I think there's a lot of work we can do there, because I think that process could nearly be automated, and if it's automated then it's open to everybody. We can have a really good understanding of our river system almost instantaneously, so that's really cool.
Thanks, Dion. Grant, and then Peter.
Thanks.
David.
Thanks, Chair. Just a few comments from me. Like the Braided River strategy, this gravel management strategy also considers an approach which allows for place-based responses to river management when extracting gravel. This is a science-based approach using tools such as LiDAR that identifies areas of bed depletion and aggradation. It has been developed in response to considerable engagement with Papatapi Runanga and community stakeholders in the gravel industry. It's a whole of river integrated approach that also considers multiple values. The outcomes described in pages 79 through to 82 are really clear. Each outcome has its own set of objectives, and I particularly like the lists of we will actions for each one of those objectives. The strategy provides the overarching planning and management framework, and we'll have that supporting river gravel extraction code of practice that staff have talked about. But I particularly like the focus on health and well-being of the river ecosystem and enhancing flood and river resilience while ensuring that natural character values of rivers are restored during and after the extraction process. I was a bit worried when I recently went over the Rangatata River to see the extent of gravel works being undertaken as part of government NGO. It was either NZTA and NZ Rail, and the work that they were doing on the river, and the extent of works within the river in terms of gravels. And I think that would be worthwhile in the future just to try to ensure that those agencies are abiding by the principles in this document and that they're not going it alone for some reason. But anyway, that's just a thought for that. I support the mixed permission approach using scientific assessments to provide gravel authorisations through a permitted activity process, which enables extraction when and where required for flood and erosion protection, and the resource consent process being required, of course, in other circumstances. But in both cases, the document explains a set of decision-making criteria which provides for monitoring and in-river processes. The gravel management strategy is a part of a suite of positive management approaches aimed at improving the environmental outcomes for all our rivers, and I support the adoption and the suggested review processes as part of this strategy. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Grant. Peter.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, thanks to Ian for the work that he's put in. He's been really diligent around rivers and also Yayan, and I think the engagement that you've gone through and sought and got consensus on has been really good. So from a governance point of view, thank you for that. I've spoken to Lee and those about when we had the question time, but I just want to make a point about something that Councillor Karakia said about Runanga, and especially about the Waiau River. We've got to be really, really diligent here in terms of when leadership changes at Runanga, that we're all on the same page again, because I know it's been a fraught process up until we've got this document anyway, and trying to get agreement about who said what and who did what and what can you do and what can't you do. So I think as we go along, and in the future, the next council, just remember that we need to make sure that these things are updated as leadership updates, because our relationship, our two-year relationship is important to us, but there's these things that can unstick for us pretty quickly. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. I've got David.
Thank you. Just acknowledging the report, and it's quality and quantity. A huge amount of work gone into this, and I was privileged to be part of the group that attended a large number of huis around the area, where we had a wide range of opinion from the industry and general public and runanga. I would say, though, I think the level of runanga engagement did vary across the range of huis we had. Some were very well engaged, others to a lesser degree. So I take those points on board, but congratulations to the work that has been done. A very comprehensive strategy has evolved. Thank you.
Kia ora, Vicky.
Yeah, kia ora. It's really great to see this, and I think this totally ties in with the earlier report that we had on the 100-year Braided River revival strategy as well. It's looking at the gravels in a broader context than simply as a source of gravel for development and for roading and so on. Particularly good to see the opportunities to weave biodiversity outcomes in, so gravel extraction meeting some needs also can benefit biodiversity in terms of removing weeds, leaving safer nesting habitats. It can help influence preservation of braids and wet scenario of gravels. Where you have too little, you can reduce the amount of water that's dropping into our deeper aquifers, and that's some research that's becoming more and more sort of clear. Something that's really important to, again, our well-being, to the availability of water through drought periods and so on. So the sort of complexity and interconnected nature of all of these different systems and things that we do and that nature does for us it's captured in here in a really clear way of how to do what we need to do, take some gravel out, but making those opportunities possible and at the front of our minds, or the front of people's minds when they're looking at what they're doing, what needs to be done in terms of flood protection and gravel extraction. So just really great to see that stuff all captured in here. It's complex, but this has been created in a way that's, I think, really accessible and readable by anybody. So thank you very much. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Vicky. I think that's all I had, so we'll go back to Jan and then to Ian. Kia ora tātou. Yeah, it's good to hear the views around the council table. Very supportive of this, and Councillor Swiggs, attending the Runanga Hui, but I mean, luckily he left the first one alive, I could say. But that's another story. And then from that, I think it only got better. And working with the Runanga and also the industry as well, finding a common way forward. And then just to acknowledge the work of Ian as well, doing a lot of work in the background from the glory days of the Catchment Committee, working together. That actually, I tautoko the kōrero of Councillor Swiggs that both Ian and I really to moving this and seconding this motion here shows that there is one, strategies are a way of working together, moving forward. I know a lot of the plans, sometimes don't get agreed upon, but this, I think the work that's done by staff, acknowledging Sean, Lee, Marie and Jesse and the teams, and then also working along the councils and getting out there in the community, shows that, actually we do listen and we can work together. So I really, endorse this strategy moving forward. As I mentioned before, the code of practice, having the 30th of June there is good because from the strategy, things will, need to be updated in that code of practice. So working forward, and I just really implore that, as Nook said, that, I've only had Taumatu as the Braided River, but, working out with our Runanga, and making sure they're across this as well. Early engagement in the process, and that's one thing that Ian really pushed, at saying that Runanga at the top, working with the staff, working with the engineers, know where the gravel can be taken, and once it gets down to authorities, it makes it quite easy. So really looking forward to where this goes. So tautoko rawa, kia ora. Kia ora, yeah. Back to you, Ian.
I'll be brief, and I'll just make the note that it's inappropriate to suggest that I played any greater role than anybody else. And Lee and Sean and Ella and their team have done a huge amount of work. And Yayan did a huge amount of work, and as I said, David and Dion came to all the huis. Can I just as a bit of a sum up for some of the discussion that's come up, the primary focus of this gravel management strategy is to facilitate gravel abstraction for cost-effective flood resilience whilst protecting and enhancing the natural values of our rivers. And that's what the gravel management strategy is all about. In terms of Dion's questions about technology, there will be a lot of technology. It's a work in progress, this, and I note that there are now methods using drones and various other imagery to replace LiDAR as an assessment. And so we, as part of Lee's team, will have to assess how they can use that technology and rely on that technology so that we can have the up-to-date information to enable the gravel abstraction. And to Nook's point, Nook, I was just going to say I think the gravel management strategy is agnostic as to who actually takes the shingle, but it's about facilitating the enablement of that shingle to come out where we want it taken out in the right volumes and to the right things. So, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Ian. So we've got our resolutions up there, 1 to 4. And let me just reiterate all the thanks that have been given to the staff. So you've done the hard work here, but in shoulder to shoulder with our elected members, and acknowledging those that have been acknowledged, Ian, Yayan, David, and Dion, for the extra effort you've put in to get out there with the community, the Papatipi Runanga, the extractor community. So thank you. Did you have another comment you wanted to make?
Just one comment, because Councillor East actually, Te Takiwa, elected to actually not be there, and give the rangatiratanga actually to those that do. Yeah. That's the reason. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Greg, I mean, the way it is, I have the discretion to go outside of them, so that's what I did. Have you got a problem with that? Just take me out of here. All good? Ka pai. Thank you. Let's go to 8.3. This is our Delegations Manual. So let's go to page 90 in our agenda paper, and also page 142 in the separate attachment if you need to find the actual manual itself. And welcoming to the table Robin Fitcher, our General Counsel, and David Perenara O'Connell, Te Pou Heringa, Director for Ngāi Tahu and Māori Relations. And kia ora, welcome.
Tēnā koe, Chair. Kia koutou katoa, ngā mihi kia koutou. We're pleased to bring the Delegations Manual to Council today, as per our ongoing program of updates to the various governance documents. As Council had requested some time ago, the Delegations Manual be reviewed, which has now been undertaken. There's been several workshops with Council to work through various aspects to that, and so today, with you today in respect to adoption, I'll pass to Robin, who will also outline a couple of things.
Thank you, David. As David outlined, there have been several workshops and briefings this triennium where we have introduced the new concept of splitting the manual into the council manual, which is before you today for adoption, and also drawing out the sub-delegations from the council, the chief executive's sub-delegations will now be contained in a separate self-contained manual that can be updated by the chief executive from time to time. The council manual, once it's adopted, any changes will need to come back to council for formal adoption. In accordance with the Local Government Act and your standing orders, the council have the legal power to delegate some of its responsibilities. Some powers can't be delegated, and the Delegations Manual reflects that. The recommended option to adopt the delegations is supported by the context that delegations of this nature are consistent with the approach taken by most, if not all, local authorities in New Zealand. I'll take the remainder of the report as read and invite any questions.
Kia ora kōrua. Questions from councillors at this stage? No, if not, thank you. You can step back from the table. And I think I had Joe hand up to move it, and Councillor Davies and Councillor Mackay to second. So we'll go to the debate. Where you go, Joe?
So yeah, Mr. Chair, so I speak in support of this Delegations Manual, these motions before us today, and I want to acknowledge the journey we've taken to get here. So I raised the Delegations Manual at the beginning of 2023 through queries about ensuring our decision-making processes were transparent and fit for purpose. What we had was a Delegations Manual that is functional but carries remnants from the Commission era that simply didn't reflect how we operate as a democratically elected council. This work is a fundamental part of the transparency revolution that has occurred at the Regional Council during this triennium. We've moved from operating with outdated frameworks to having clear, contemporary delegations that reflect modern governance practices and legislative requirements. I particularly want to acknowledge several key improvements. The split into council and chief executive manuals provides the flexibility we need while maintaining clear accountability lines. The incorporation of new legislation, like the Fast Track Approvals Act and Privacy Act. The enhanced financial delegations that reflect best practice across regional government. When our community engages with us, they deserve to know exactly who has the authority to make what decisions and under what circumstances. They deserve clarity about how their regional council operates. I want to thank the Chief Executive and our governance and our legal teams for getting us to this point and who have undertaken this review. And to my fellow councillors, we should hold our heads up proudly about this work and about what we've achieved in this triennium, because the transparency revolution at the Canterbury Regional Council continues, and today's decision is another milestone in ensuring we operate with the clarity and accountability that our community deserves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora. Claire, do you want to go now?
Yeah, I think I'll just talk now. I mean, I do agree with everything that has been said by Councillor Davies there in moving this, but I definitely want to acknowledge the work staff have done, and I know this has been a long, drawn-out process, waiting for certainly our impact framework to get embedded, so we get that clarity around where responsibilities lie for you yourself as Chief Executive, Stephanie. So I think for me the nice thing about this, and I have read it backwards and forwards, is the simplification and the clarity there compared to the old version. So I definitely agree with that, and it's very much modernised and gives us that flexibility to make the changes quick and easy, both for you as the CE and your delegations, but us as our council delegations. So just want to thank the team that's been involved in this very much. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be slightly controversial. I actually like it. It's very good, although I have to register my concern regarding the authorities of the Chief Executive Delegation Manual as it stands in this form. I understand there are legislative bottom lines, but I wonder, has the Chief Executive been set up to fail? And to all of us here, I want to remind everyone we owe the CE a duty of care. Page 38.16, professional advice and legal proceedings, specifically 16.2. When it comes to court proceedings, our success rate within the courts alone is testimony that something is very wrong within the organisation in our understanding or application of resource management law. Can it be attributed to the near decade of the commissioners put in place after the then Mayoral Forum complained to the Crown that the Canterbury Regional Council was stifling economic development? Let us not forget the Creech report, which highlighted several key issues, including one it called a piecemeal approach to freshwater management and a science-led instead of science-informed decision-making process. Let me repeat that. The report criticised ECAN's reliance on science-led decision-making, suggesting a more science-informed approach that considers other perspectives. And I would just say, well, that's worked well, hasn't it? If that's not the reason, could it be a hangover of the economic development dogma impacting organisation culture, leading to, at best, an erroneous application of RMA? Could it be the use of inappropriately experienced, or dare I say, compromised hearing commissioners? Is it political interference? Could it possibly be an unintended...
Greg, can we just keep it like real relevant to the...
Well, it is when you... It'll tidy up beautifully in 2 paragraphs.
Point of order, Mr Chairman. Taking down commissioners and assertions being made is not appropriate.
Can we just get to the conclusion?
Okay, I'll leave the commissioners out of this, but I want you to understand going from science-led to science-informed has not improved anything for people. Where I'm concerned for the CE, and I've sat through 2 of the cases with the ELI just in the last couple of months, it has an impact on the reputation of this organisation. We have a terrible reputation in some parts of our communities. That not only impacts our organisation, but people within it. This is not a reflection on our CE. This is a reflection on how the CE has to operate. As I started, I'll finish. We owe a duty of care to the Chief Executive, and we have obligations too to the ratepayers of Canterbury. Therefore, I would like to see some support put in place for the Chief Executive to protect our Chief Executive, our reputation, more importantly, the citizens and environment. I'd like to see some sort of advisory collective, I know, to support the CE and General Counsel. I don't know how that looks, but again, Hamlet 1, Scene 4, look it up later on. I won't tell you what it is now because you'll all bag me, but yeah, it's all about offering some support. Thank you.
We have actually done that.
Well,
we have an advisory panel under the Regulation Hearings Committee to look at litigation matters. So we have done that. So there is some support that we put in place most recently. So just to that, let's carry on, Genevieve, and then we'll go to you, Peter.
I see a little bit of what Councillor Byrnes is seeing and concerns. I won't sort of go into huge intrinsic detail. I also have concerns for the Chief Executive in certain litigation matters because it does fall on her shoulders, and I don't think necessarily it has to. So I personally feel that Council needs proactive oversight of legal before it becomes escalated. I think with court proceedings, it's costly on both sides for Council and the public, especially if it's a two-way case, clearly. So in basic terms, the public pays twice. Full Council should have oversight, including potential costs ahead of time, because often it escalates beyond $100,000 per case. Perhaps we should then limit through financial thresholds or overspends protocol for litigation measures. I'm going to use my 5 minutes if that's okay. I'll probably use slightly less, but as it currently stands, Full Council has limited detail on judicial matters beforehand. We need confidential reporting at key stages, not just once litigation has commenced. We need full reporting annually, and if required, a summarising of outcomes, costs and lessons learned as we go. We currently do not have defined escalation triggers or protocols that could guide Council or operations. Cases with significant legal or reputational risk should be escalated to Full Council, regardless of budget. We need to have significant risk as a word defined clearly with legal definition. We also need both the merits of legal challenge of whether or not we act, weighed up in front of us transparently at council level, because at the moment we don't see the merits of if we do and if we don't. Councils with frequent judicial reviews or challenges should involve full council. This ensures accountability, both political and otherwise, financial prudence, transparency, and full public trust. Right now, we don't have that in place. Total external legal fees is quite extortionate. We have a lot, and I won't go into detail once again, but we're looking at the millions. And if we replicate that for what the public pays, they're paying twice. We need to look at the reasons for going to court and the reasons against, because a lot of these things are strategic. They don't always have to be litigation. And at the moment, I feel as a council, we are not getting full oversight of this before it happens, only when it started. And that's just my concern with delegations. And it's definitely not about the chief executive. It's about the process of what we should be taking on as a risk as opposed to our chief executive.
We're Peter.
Yeah, can I say for the second time today, I don't agree with Councillor Robinson or Councillor Byrnes actually on this matter. I do find myself speaking in support of this Delegations Manual because I think it's been a very robust process. I think from my point of view, I think Councillor Davies encapsulated that when he spoke, when he moved this notice of motion. And we need to look at the Delegations Manual for what it is. It's essentially not a manual of trust. It's a manual of delegated authority. We elect a chief executive. That the chief executive is responsible to us. We have a process to speak to the chief executive through the Employment Relations Committee, whatever we call that. As I said, I think this is a robust process. It's a great piece of architecture, the Delegations Manual, that organises the responsibility throughout the council and allows it to operate efficiently and effectively. It both allows and limits responsibility. Now, that's why the thing's there. If we didn't have that, it would be mayhem. And look, I don't want to go back to what we went through this morning, but quite frankly, we'd be 8-8 if we had to do some of the things that you were speaking about, Councillor. And I don't think that's acceptable, where this council gets involved in things that it shouldn't get involved in. We can judge the decisions that are made by our senior leadership. We can judge those things in a forum that we have available to do that. But I think the Delegations Manual is done. And Robin, well done to you. I know you might sleep with this under your pillow because it does go back. It does fall back on you quite a bit in terms of the interpretation of this. So well done. I'll be supporting this item. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Nick? Firstly, to Robin, thank you for this document. It's a great piece of work, and you're to be congratulated on that. It does give our organisation a way forward. I concur with what Joe said when he moved it, and then what Councillor Scott has always said as well. I can't believe that two other councillors have said what they've said, but I won't go into that anymore. And I just think this is a great way forward for our organisation. And thanks very much. Thanks, Nick. Grant.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to staff for the reorganisation of our delegations. I really like the splitting of the manuals, Chief Executive and the Council. It provides easy reference, and it's very clear. And obviously, the Local Government Act identifies what those key responsibilities are for the chief executive in the running of the organisation. And I'm just looking at page 92, item 11E. One of the key issues of the delegations management is identifying clear accountability of various actions, and it has this last sentence here: although decisions are delegated, it is important to note that an appropriate level of information needs to be reported back to Council and its committees to ensure transparency and accountability, and that's in accordance with Section 14 of the Local Government Act. So, and one of the ways that that information can be conveyed is through the Audit and Risk Committee, which has its responsibility to keep some sort of sense of oversight of things as well. But one of the things here is that the new format is providing a bit of a flexible approach to things. And one thing that I have liked about, we've got this clear thing in terms of who's responsible and this distinction between governance and management. But there's always this grey space that we sometimes work in. And I personally really like that grey space. And it may well be just listening to our strategies that we developed this morning, that having an ability to work with our communities through the management team may grow, obviously with controls, but I think that for me, understanding a little bit more about the operational processes so that I can communicate with my constituents and those sorts of things. But that's something that we can do as and when permits, and of course doing it appropriately as well. But look, on the whole, I think it's a really good document, and I approve that.
Thanks, Grant. I think I've got Nook and John next, and we have had quite a few for. So if it's just in time, just keep it quick. That'd be good. So Nook, where you go.
Kia ora te mana. Look, I took all the previous speakers and acknowledging, Robin, you and your staff as to producing this document. Look, Delegations Manual, couple of things that are really important: clarity, accountability, transparency. It has all of that. And I think one of the things that was really important is, and I know, at the beginning of trienniums, new councillors, possibly new to, the whole kind of governance regime, that there needs a very, very clear detail around governance and then also management. And this is what I think this document it really does outline. Also, the other thing which, we live and die on, the fact around legal compliance, particularly with operating systems that we have to operate under, Local Government Act, for instance, Resource Management Act, all of that. So that keeps us all kind of safe in some ways. So, reflected in what this sort of manual is about. I think the other parts of it, and there's been enough discussion on the delegation, to the CEO, and then also sub-delegations as well. And I think that's sort of very much clarified. I like the two-tier system in this too, actually separating them out. And then the other part, particularly when you're in audit and risk, there's the whole sort of financial. And then I think the most important thing in this too is the revocation, and then also the review process inside of this as well, because it's a living document. So tautoko everyone, kia ora to you, to our our legal staff, Robin, again, you and your staff, Ngāmi. Thank you.
Thanks, Nook. John?
Thank you. I just really wanted to say thank you, Robin, for the work that's been done and what's been brought forward. It is an easy read, and I agree the splitting of the manual makes life very simple, so thank you.
Thanks. Back to you, Joe. You happy? Cool. Look, before we put it to the vote, I do just want to acknowledge some of obviously to the Audit and Risk Committee, there is legal updates given to that every quarter to each meeting. And of course, any high level risks are noted there, and that's what that committee is there to deal with. So I trust that process happens well there. Also, I would acknowledge that there has been an amazing amount of work done, led by Stephanie, around our assurance matters in terms of how we report on our programs and projects under the organisation, under our long-term plan and annual plans, which goes to the Regional Delivery Committee, which Nick is the chair of and Jan is the deputy chair. And that has been, I think, come a long way in terms of how we used to do it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as well. And like Peter said, there's also the CEO committee that we have, and that's another important place where robust discussion happens. So just want to acknowledge all of that and to note that this puts that into a much better place. So thank you again, and let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And any against? That's carried. Thank you. Let's go to 8.4. I know I've got some staff that have been waiting eagerly to get to this all day, so it's great to be here. So this is the Canterbury Regional Public Transport Plan that has been a big process, not just by our council, but of course we do this across the region with our TAs and other partners. So welcome our team up to the table. We've got sorry, just let me get to my notes. I do know their names, but I'm just getting their titles. We've got Len Fleet, Senior Strategy Advisor, Craig Burke, Senior Project Manager, and we've got Stuart Gibbon, our General Manager for Public Transport. So welcome to the table, and I'll hand it over to you.
Tēnā koe, Chair Pauling, tēnā koutou, councillors. The paper for you today, what we're doing here today, the purpose is for you to formally adopt the latest iteration of the refreshed Regional Public Transport Plan. Just reflecting back, I can recall the first Regional Public Transport Plan from 1990. I had a wee involvement in the legislation, the Transport Services Licensing Act, that meant that regional public transport plans had to be produced. So that was in a previous career. Please don't blame me for this. So we've had this document, and what we're producing today is effectively for you to adopt is a document that's been developed by the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee and the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee. Council delegated the authority to both the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee and the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee to develop the plan, and those two committees have done a sterling piece of work in guiding us over the hurdles of the necessary changes to move on from the 2018 plan, which is obviously 6 years ago, now to have a 2025 plan that you can adopt. Obviously, some of those changes, some of the things we've included within the plan have been elements such as the Public Transport Futures Program that was being developed over the last 6 years. Things like the private revenue ratio discussion that you've had with central government over the last few months. And of course, long-term plan processes and annual plan processes that the council have been involved in over the last 12 and 18 months. All those things have been woven into the new document. The new document the aim of the new document is to be consistent with a lot of those plans and processes that council have undertaken. On that issue, there is a point that was pointed out to me this morning. On page 52 of the current the plan document we have before you today, there is a graphic, a table of outcome measures that were from the draft annual plan. It was only last month that you approved the annual plan itself, and somebody pointed out to me this morning that table has been updated in the final annual plan process. So there is a new table that you may want to and put into there, and that table is effectively it's a reflection of the table in page 58 of the annual plan that you adopted just a few weeks ago. And the effect of that is to keep this plan consistent with the annual plan. Obviously, the net effect of it isn't great. They are sort of wording changes and layout of the table changes more than anything if you reflect on that. So I'm happy to accept any or take any questions from councillors or.
Good evening. Councillors, any questions for our team here? No? Cool. Thank you. You may step away from the table. That's great. So we've got the adoption of this, pretty simple, to be honest. Pretty simple resolution there to adopt the Canterbury Regional Public Transport Plan. And just to note that it is in page 96 is where the paper is, of course, in our agenda, and then pages 202 is where it starts. Sorry, page 202 is where it starts in the separate agenda. So, do I have a mover for this? Grant, thank you. And a seconder? Dion, thank you. Let's go. And I know we've got a foreshadowed amendment, so when it's your turn to speak, Joe, you can speak to that. All good? Kapa. So, Grant, let's go.
Just quickly, yes. Look, it's good to have this signed off today. It's been a long process to go through the GCP and the funding of this year, and going out to the public for engagement and consultation. Going through, pleased to be chair of the Greater Christchurch Partnerships hearings panel. That went really well. We had people coming in and just giving their views on things. A lot of work, of course, and interest from the public in the pets on buses issue. That created a lot of interest. And some minor changes, or some changes, I think they're identified on page 97. Some changes from the Greater Christchurch Partnership hearings panel. But on the whole, and in terms of the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee, I think that went down really well as well, and there was nothing, I don't think there were any changes. Councillor Pauling was, Chair Pauling was on that. So yeah, look, all around it's very good. It's got those new things in it that you talked about, potentially the funding issue, the new way of perhaps we thinking about asset control and all of those sorts of things that come into it as well. So yeah, well done. Thanks.
Joe, Dion, do you want to speak now or at the end? Okay, Joe, let's go to you.
Great. Yeah, I've moved my amendment. So
yep. So just to be clear, everyone's seen the amendment sent around by Joe. You haven't seen it? Might want to check your emails. It's on email, but there it is. We'll bring it up. And look, let's hear from you. Is there a seconder for your amendment? Have you got a seconder?
Go, Peter.
Is there anyone?
Oh, you.
You're willing to second it, Peter? Okay, good. So let's hear from you, and then in terms of, we'll get to the details once we've heard from you. We'll just maybe seek some advice about how this works. But where you go, Joe.
Great. So I'll just read it out quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, so we add the proposed amendments to add the following provisions to Policy 2.8 under the Actions section. So directed, the Metro Code of Conduct includes specific provisions for small dogs, whereby dogs under 40 centimetre in height may be carried on public transport services. Such dogs must be contained in a suitable carrier bag or held securely on the passenger's lap throughout the journey, and other conditions are incorporated as appropriate controls into the Metro Code of Conduct. And just for reference, where my finger is 40 centimetres. So, so this journey began through JJ Smith. He was here this morning. Came into Spruce and Hazel again. He came in 23, and then there was a notice of motion put forward by myself in 23 to set this pets and buses, or dogs and buses initially, ball rolling. So this is a really good example of to our community of how policy takes its time through these processes. The idea began as dogs on buses. It became pets on buses. It became pets on public transport. It became pets and carriers on public transport, off-peak hours, one per passenger. And look, I acknowledge the approach of the officers and the professional advice that we're getting. We should go cautiously when we go into big policy shifts, and allowing animals onto our buses is quite a big policy shift. And I acknowledge the feedback of the community, the very effective, robust consultation that we had. But I just want to bring it back to dogs on buses today, because this is about dogs on buses. And I think we can just take a slight step and be slightly more permissive. And what do I mean by that? Well, when people think about taking their pet on public transport, they're thinking about their dog. Dogs are different from other pets. People walk their dogs. They take them to the park, to the vet, to visit friends. Dogs are companions that participate in daily life in ways that cats and guinea pigs simply don't. Although I know some councillors seem to walk their cats on occasion. So I acknowledge the work again. 800 submissions through this process, stakeholder reference groups, operator meetings, research into other councils' experiences. This is exactly the kind of thorough evidence-based approach our community expects. The consultation showed 60% support for passengers travelling with pets. But I believe the current policy, as indicated in the next paper we're going to get, which outlines the appropriate controls within the Code of Conduct, I believe that it's overly restrictive. Requiring carriers and cages effectively limits the animals that will travel on our buses to a very small number in a very small number of circumstances. So my amendment recognises that many dog owners have small dogs that don't need to be caged like cargo, but can safely be held in a lap or carried in a bag en route to the park for a walk. And look, I'm aware that the numbers might not be here for this today, and that's fine, that's democracy. But at the end of the day, at least in 12 months, when we review how this year has gone, if this amendment doesn't carry, I've put the marker down today. And JJ Smith put the marker down in 2023. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Cool, thanks, Joe. Peter, do you want to speak to this as well?
Yeah, well, just to make the point that Swigs' cat's probably 30 kgs and take up too much room on a bus anyway. 40 kg. 14 kgs. Look, I support Joe in what he's doing here. As he said, his process for this started in 2023 and for a very good reason, to allow people to get to where they need to get to exercise and those sorts of things. And the conditions around that in terms of size and if you like, capture of those animals to keep them safe on the buses has been considered more than once. And we had two wee fellas in here this morning, two wee Jack Russells, who would lick you to death before they'd attack you in any way. I mean, they're a wee bit different, those Jacks. But I think that we need to consider so much about why not. It's about how can we do these things. And as I said, and I won't repeat myself, there's some safety things put in place there in terms of how they're carried, how they're held, and those other things. And so I'd just like us to consider to support Councillor Davies in this, because I think it's well worth a discussion. Thank you.
Okay, what we're going to do now is there's 4 councillors that have put their hand up so far. I'm assuming some of them might be questions as well or comments. So, because what I want people to be really clear on is, and you know, Joe, you got every right, and you've had a seconder to bring this to us, is that just the process that we've been through. And I think Grant and I have been in that process with the RTC and then the GCP committee. So, of course, this was discussed. It has been discussed. And as I currently, and we might need some advice from staff as well, as I currently understand it, the current controls are pets in approved carriers. That's correct? So it's not cages, but cages are one of the approved carriers, but there are other options. Is that correct? Have we settled on the approved carriers yet? Can you come to the table? Okay, well, just let me... Yeah, they come to the table. So I'm just trying to get this clear, because it's very important for councillors to be aware of what the current controls are or what the anticipated controls are, and then, of course, what Joe is providing here. So can you tell us that, please?
Yes, so the approved carriers are being very intentional to be consistent with what's done elsewhere in the country. So it is small cages, collapsible carriers. It's not sort of looking to take that similar approach.
Cool, thank you. And just to be clear, when it was discussed at the RTC, and Grant will have to fill in on the GCP, because the policy on page 79 of the plan provides for pets on buses, so that's what the policy does, although it notes that appropriate controls will be put into the code of conduct. That's why it was approved, because people felt, well, the policy's there, we've taken the step, pets can go on buses, but as Joe was highlighting, the level of control is something that Joe was bringing up. So just so people are clear, all good? So if people have questions, I'm happy for them to be asked, or if you've got a comment you want to add to this debate, we'll debate this and put that to the vote and then go from there. Kapai. So I've got Greg, David, Ian and Claire so far, Grant and Vicky.
Yeah, mine's fairly clear. I just wanted to say thanks for continuing to progress it, but I do want to acknowledge Paul Deitch, who brought it originally, and I thought it was really good. I'm glad that you've taken it on, which is great. Without getting carried away and waffling on, I'm in two minds. My ex-wife was a great one of carrying a cat on the bus in her shoulder bag. Seemed to be fine. That's okay. But I am probably erring on the side of the advice of our staff. So anyway, but I'm happy to hear what's happening.
Thanks, Greg. David?
Look, I support the intention of what Joe's trying to get across the line, but in my experience, there are some nasty little buggers of dogs that can just have a go at you as well. So by limiting the policy to the size of dog and being able to hold it in your lap, I probably aren't that fussed on it and would be more in favour of allowing generally any size dog on the bus as long as it had a muzzle, on a lead and a muzzle. I think to just sort of limit it to a size of dog without any reference to the breed that could have a go at you is running a bit of a risk. So I think, yes, I would support the intent of what he's trying to achieve here, but I think I'd much prefer to see all dogs on a bus with a muzzle of some sort and on a lead, and that I think would probably get around a lot of the issues.
Thanks, David. Ian?
Look, I was going to say I was underwhelmed by the recommendations that were in our papers in terms of pets on buses. If you want to take your dog to the park for a walk and you have to cart around a cage at the same time, that seems to me to be a great disincentive for wanting to take your dog with you. And so we're either in or out. I think Joe's amendment is going in the right direction, but I guess I'm quite inclined to agree with David. But given that this amendment is on the table, I intend to support it.
Claire?
Look, I can't support the amendment as it is. I do agree with Councillor Rees. Some dogs are, you cannot tell what a little dog or any dog's going to do. I was the victim of a dog bite when I was very young, and a dog that was very familiar to me. So I've grown up for many years with the results of that. Also, I think that if you allow a dog to be held securely in a passenger's lap, I mean, what does that look like, really? What does it actually look like on a daily basis? Does that mean another passenger is going to sit beside you willingly? I'm not so sure. I'm probably one of these passengers that would not use the bus, honestly, if there was dogs on it. So from experience, I have some really quite strong views on this one.
Thanks, Claire. Grant?
Yeah, look, I understand Councillor Davies, but to my mind, it's premature to drill down a little bit more on this issue. We went out to public consultation, clearly stating what the terms might be and what the situation might be. We got a whole lot of submissions. It wasn't really conclusive either way about whether people would be interested in dogs on pets on buses or not, and it was very clear in the deliberations process that we went through both Greater Christchurch Partnership and the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee, both committees were, both hearings panels were satisfied at the direction being given on page 79 that a Metro Code of Conduct would be prepared following the adoption of the transport plan, and in that there would be some further elaboration of how pets could be catered for, and the controls and the types of carriage that might be acceptable. So for me, I just think that I won't be supporting this, I just think that it's the other thing that I'm not too sure of, Chair, is are we allowed to, is it actually possible for an amendment to be made, given that we've gone through public consultation?
It is a good question, Grant.
Yeah,
and
we've had deliberations.
I would be interested in seeking that advice, because I'm not sure, although ultimately we are the authority that can make a decision. So I'm happy to adjourn for just a second, just to check that, just to make sure we can. And then can we do that? Staff can give me a little bit of advice. So let's just adjourn for a couple of minutes, and then we'll carry on the debate, because it's a really good debate. So start the meeting. So Stuart, thank you. We'll just get a little bit of feedback from staff on this, and then we'll go back to the debate.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. So at the moment, the version of the Regional Public Transport Plan that is attached to this paper is a draft version. It's not the active version. And so Council have the ability to alter this draft before you adopt it. And even after you adopt it, you have the ability to vary the RPTP from time to time, because the world changes. But in doing those variations, when it's an active plan, there are further actions or activities you need to undertake, such as public notification, and in the case of a change affecting other parties, then you need to consult or engage with those parties. In this case, through the delegations to Greater Christchurch Partnership and the Regional Transport Committee, Council have undertaken consultation and engagement with the community on the issue of pets on buses. And that consultation has provided a scope for consideration to go into our Code of Conduct, which did not include dogs outside of carriers. However, the community had the opportunity to respond through their consultation to offer that as an alternative, as a preference. And then the Greater Christchurch Partnership and the Regional Transport Committee would take that feedback into consideration when they...
On this amendment at the moment. Where you go, Joe?
Yeah, as I said, it's really fine if this amendment doesn't carry today and the numbers aren't there. That's democracy. But again, we're still making progress through this plan, through opening up the door to some conditions, and this is a marker to say in 12 months. We discussed this today. I think it still concerns me, that some people in this room, they don't put this council as their priority. We're elected to this council. We're the PTA. The law is quite clear that only this room right now can adopt this document, and to say, we can't amend this plan, and to seek legal advice on that in this process when we've already had it. I've attempted for 2 years to progress this. I acknowledge the staff, the work they've done. Through last year, for engaging with it, I tried to seek which ways we could slightly turn the dial, and this was the only way I could do this. It was an amendment today, because I'm not on GCP. The council that delegated the development of regional public transport plans to GCP, I think occurred during the commission years. And so we need to refresh this whole thing, and we need to bring some of this stuff home, because we're elected to do this. We're elected to scrutinise, support our staff in writing these plans and adopting these plans. And I wish that we would come back to that principle whenever we think about public transport.
Thanks, Joe. And I don't think that's in question here. I mean, it's really about the process that we've been through. And those of us that have sat on those committees with our other colleagues in other councils and heard the submissions from people, that does weigh on you. So I was mindful of that, so I wanted to know. I mean, I'm not an expert in the law, so I wanted to check. So that's why we did that, but it is clear we can do this. So let's test this with our council. It is in our hands, so I want to put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. And those against? Can I have a show of hands? Yeah. Yeah. All good?
Division.
Cool.
Chair Pauline.
I'm against.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mackay.
Against.
Councillor Sunkel.
Against.
Councillor Edge.
Against.
Councillor East. Councillor Scott.
For.
Councillor Ward.
Against.
Councillor Southworth.
Against.
Councillor Korako.
For.
Deputy Chair Swiggs.
For.
Councillor Cranwell.
For.
Councillor Byrnes.
Against.
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
You can take 30 on the I wouldn't do. Okay, thanks everybody. So the vote was 9 against and 6 for, so that fails. And Councillor DJ is obviously not here, so that's why that equals 15. Now, Councillor East, you had a foreshadow amendment. You've got it ready, or okay? What? I will just ask a question of councillors. I'm assuming it's going to be around the muzzling thing. Is that going to make a difference for people?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
So that's a new size dog, is it?
Well, we'll see. So let's adjourn for a couple of minutes and see where we get to. The resolution, so we're just going to find... Oh, first of all, it's almost 3 o'clock, so we just need to do an extension to carry on. Do I have a mover for that? Greg, thank you. And seconded Nick.
Yeah, sorry, Greg.
And Nick.
And Councillor Ward.
Councillor Ward and Councillor Byrnes. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. So, Councillor East, you've come up here and we've got some other words we'll get to in a second. So if we find it wherever it is. It's all right, Liz. So it's a foreshadowed amendment from Councillor East. So you're happy with that? I mean, one thing that I have said is that we do have 8.6 to come as well, where this could be debated in there, but that's okay. I'm mindful that if everyone wants to speak on this, it could take a bit of time. That's okay. And I did just have some advice from staff. I don't know if you want to come to the table, Stuart, and let us know that. And look, it's just a sort of intricacy of leashes versus the previous discussion around the carriers and all that. So there you go.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. So just a wee wrinkle around the difference between dogs on a leash, muzzled or not muzzled, and dogs in a carrier. At the moment, the interchange does not allow dogs inside the interchange. So we would need to get the CCC to change that ruling for that building. So if you have a pet dog or any animal in a carrier, then that's fine because it's contained. Whereas if you're on a leash, then at the moment you wouldn't be able to get off the bus at the interchange based on the current rules. And so we will need to engage with the CCC on that point.
Thank you, Stuart. So you still happy to move this, David? Yeah. And do I have a seconder? Do we have a seconder for that? John, thank you. Do you want to speak to that? David? You want to speak to it? No? John?
I would have been happy if it was all dogs, but it sits there, and I think we should just have a vote one way or the other and move on.
Anyone else wish to speak? I mean, I do have some concerns about the definition of small dogs, bringing up the issues again around how drivers are meant to know what a small dog is and stuff. So I think that's an issue. And yeah, with my previous vote, I am sort of comfortable with where we got to about getting the policy in the plan, having some more conservative conditions at this stage with the review, noting that 8.6 is coming around the code of conduct. So that's where I sit. Grant?
I just want to go through again. We had two of our joint committees with our transportation partners and the mayoral, effectively the mayors from Canterbury, participating in the decision-making process to bring this current document to council for adoption. We had gone through the extensive public consultation process, which clearly identified how things were going to operate. We were going to have the policy document, and in that it describes the fact that there would also be a Metro Code of Conduct which would be developed afterwards and be more specific. By doing that, changes to the Code of Conduct, which would include decisions about whether a dog is muzzled or in a carrier or whatever, would not require us to go back to public consultation and spend more ratepayers' money unnecessarily. The other thing is, how does this look? If you look on page 98, those bottom 2 points, I think bottom point 15. The council cannot agree to change the document. However, should the council choose this course of action, the implications for the relationships with both the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee and the Greater Christchurch Partnership should be carefully considered. They are parties to the deliberations process and to the development of this plan. That's one thing. Unfortunately, these two things are to do with the Metro Code of Conduct. Our next item on the agenda is 8.6, which deals with that. If anything, these things should have been raised as part of that, where they could have actually been easily added to that. The primary thing for us to do under 8.5 is simply adopt the plan, which allows those other things to happen. So I'm again against this again, and I think people, if they actually looked at 8.6, you will see the documentation and tables and questions that were asked and presented to us as part of the deliberations. And I refer to page 124, where it talks about leashed and muzzled dogs on metro buses, and what the percentages and numbers of people who would support various things here. But, you know, read the documentation. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Grant. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, say. Okay, we might have to do, well, show of hands. I'm happy to do a show of hands. So those that are for, hands up.
4.
So just keep them up. And those against? Should just do a division. I think it's easiest. Let's just do a division. Just make it real clear. Thank you.
Councillor Ward.
Against.
Councillor Byrnes.
4.
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Karakia.
4.
Councillor Sunkel.
4.
Councillor Mackay.
Against.
Councillor Edge.
Against.
Chair Pauling.
Against.
Councillor Southworth.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
4.
Councillor East.
4.
Councillor Scott.
4.
Cool. The result is 7 against, 8 for, so that's carried. That'll be interesting. Cool. So we have to go back because we still haven't actually adopted the plan, to be honest, people. So we need to go back to number 1.
Yeah, we didn't. We did include it at the
Oh, sorry, it's included. Okay, cool. So it's it was number 1, or do we have to do the substantive motion though? Because that's cool. So we've got to put them together now. So let's put them together. So that's how that works, eh? Vote the amendment and then put it back together as a substantive. Cool.
So that was the substantive, which was just that bit. So we've only added from there on.
Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't quite clear, but okay. So can you bring it up again? Sorry. Well, the reason that I'm sort of interested in that because we had different movers and seconded for the original motion.
Okay.
And then we had an amendment, which we dealt with Councillor Davies one, and that failed. And then we had another one. So I think we have to go back and put them back together. So procedurally, I'm a bit lost, to be really honest, because what happened in that previous amendment, I didn't realise it was attached to the original amendment. So I'm happy to seek some advice about where we go next, because it is a bit tricky now, because you've got the original mover and seconder with that included. But yeah, I mean, yeah, well, we did. But I didn't think it was like conjoined. That's the issue. So happy to adjourn just for a second while we figure this out. We'll just put the original resolution 1, we'll vote on that. So with our original mover and seconder, Grant and Dion, I think that's what it was. So just
sorry, Chair. What are we going to do?
We'll bring that up. No, I didn't. I said before 8.5, just so you know. Well, I did try to advise Councillor East of that earlier on, and others. But I think everyone's been pretty clear about where they're at. I think they've understood what they've been doing. So I did try to make that clear. So I thought. Cool. So if Councillor Ridge and Councillor Swiggs are happy to stay on as the mover and seconder of this, yep. I'm just going to ask Grant and Dion first.
Am I allowed to write a reply on this or not?
Yeah, you can speak to it.
I mean, it is incredibly naive for us not to have just accepted the adoption. And now we have muddied the waters with putting in Metro Code of Conduct issue. We've got no definition of what a small dog means. And the issue of leashing and muzzling, we've already been told, has issues with Christchurch City Council rules. It also did not meet, it was almost a 50-50 split in the feedback from the public. This is going against the public comment, the deliberations processes. It's unbelievable from my perspective, but we have no choice. I have no choice, unfortunately, because the main thing we need to do now is accept the Canterbury Regional Public Transport Plan. I don't know whether that now requires the republication of that with those clauses in it, but yeah, it is an unnecessary distraction for a policy document. But I will continue to adopt them.
You got a question? Microphone.
Sorry, yes, it is a question and a comment all in one. I just have concern that my risk radar is absolutely all over the place in this, because the fundamental means of going to the public, to the drivers, to the whole community included risk. And they spoke and they actually didn't support this whole concept. And it feels really embarrassing to undermine such a process. I'm sorry. And my own gut feeling is that we have not considered this very well, and we're undermining actually quite a big expert panel at the back of the room. And I'm really embarrassed, and I don't know where to go from here, but I won't be,
Joe?
Yeah, look, I mean, I'd have loved to have moved this as our PT Core Service Lead, but hey, I'll talk to the rest of the plan because we've just had the amendment, so I'm not sure why we're still debating that. And maybe this is a good reason as to why we should bring this stuff back to ECAN. So this comprehensive regional public transport plan represents strategic planning that positions Canterbury to develop a world-class public transport system over the next 3 decades. The officers responsible for this document, Len, Stuart, the other guys back there, thank you very much. They've delivered an outstanding piece of work that demonstrates an understanding of our region's transport challenges and opportunities. The plan's ambitious yet achievable goals, including zero-emission fleet transition by 2035, turn-up-and-go services on our core routes, and the mass rapid transit vision, show this council's commitment to our community and public transport. Particularly commendable is the integration of technology priorities, accessibility considerations, and solutions like the successful MyWay on-demand service in Timaru. And I really cannot wait for the day that we begin to have conversations about MyWay in Greater Christchurch. The 5 strategic priorities create a clear roadmap, while the phased implementation approach ensures delivery. The plan's emphasis on collaboration between councils, integration with spatial planning, and comprehensive community engagement reflects best practice planning. Most importantly, the plan looks to address Canterbury's projected population growth to 700,000 by 2050, with forward-thinking solutions that will reduce car dependency, improve air quality, enhance connectivity, and really change our transport culture in the city, in the sub-region. This plan deserves strong support today, and I really hope that councillors in this debate now focus on the plan itself and support it as a cornerstone document for Canterbury's transport future.
Anyone else wish to speak? Claire?
Yeah, look, I really do have concerns like Councillor Edge and Councillor Robinson around this. I do think, and I do want to thank and acknowledge all the work that staff have put into this, but also DCP and CTP, whatever the Canterbury Regional one, chair that you sat on. So I do think that putting this amendment in here has made it quite difficult for me to support in its entirety, but I do definitely support the plan as it's written. So I'm probably going to vote a no on this one. Doesn't mean to say I don't support the plan and the work.
Thanks, Claire. Dion?
This is a pretty good vision for the next 30 years for public transport. So, the debate that's just been had around the pets on the buses, that's only one very, very small part of this thing. And unfortunately, it's taken all of the steam out of probably what is a really, really good piece of work. So thank you so much to all of the staff who have done the work on this and for all of the countless amounts of hours people have put into it. It's really gone. It's gone for quite some time, and it's been a really robust process from the point of view that I've seen the community engagement and whatnot. I'm really excited by the integration of land use planning and the public transport, which is signalled within this plan. And that really comes down to what we're looking at around the spatial planning stuff and making that work for public transport. This is where we need to be thinking about transport-orientated urban development. And I'm really excited for what that means, how that looks. And it's really interesting how we may look at that from a partnership approach, which is mentioned a lot in this document, which is those collaborative efforts around territorial authorities, even mana whenua, central government, to make this successful. Obviously, there's key issues within the plan around the funding uncertainties, the accelerating of the decarbonisation 2035. I think that's moved outwards a little bit from where it was. At the moment, we can't buy, at the moment, if we want to buy new public transport buses, according to the plan, we have to buy electric buses, and at the moment there's not a lot of funding for electric buses, so that really is a bit of a bind. So hopefully we can start advocating to our partners at the NZTA to see us getting the appropriate investment that we need for the strategy that we have all assigned. MRT is the big goal here. MRT is such a good opportunity for Christchurch and Greater Christchurch, and the predicator to MRT is the Public Transport Futures Network. That is, I'm going to call it Public Transport Uplift, because that's all it is. That's what it is. And one thing that I do have a slight concern about in this plan, and I understand why, but it's around the maximise coverage versus maximise patronage. So we're moving into the maximise patronage area on the strategy. I get why. That's around the PRR and everything that we've got, all of those things, all those pressures that we've got. But we can't forget about the maximising coverage part. So I'd love us to be not forgetting about that. It's good that it's in here explicitly, but we need to be thinking about how we get coverage, because we have communities who are crying out for access to public transport. The maximising patronage will make it harder for us to necessarily easily say to those communities, yep, we can give you a service over there. That's my biggest concern with the strategy, and that I hope we can find ways to get the funding that we need so that we can maximise the coverage and the patronage. But anyway, great plan. I'm really pleased to see it coming to the table. I know there's people sort of like a bit deflated around this place at the moment, but I think this is a really good news story.
Vicky.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, great to see this plan. I particularly like the fact that in the short to medium term, it's totally focused on the bus network. I think it's very easy to keep thinking about the mass rapid transit, the sort of glamorous, shiny, new, high-tech looking train or bus or whatever the combinations will be that delivers on mass rapid transit. But that's not going to happen. A bus network really up to scratch. And you know, in fact, talking to Councillor Swiggs's point there, the fact that we have a 20% less coverage at the moment than we had in the past, people still remember the bus routes that they had, that they used 10, 12 years ago. So it just shows how much people really sort of like, they depend on these modes of transport. I think the on-demand, the technology is really important, and the on-demand opportunities, the tech is there to make our bus network work better as well. I think that at the same time, the patronage and the coverage was, and Councillor Swiggs, you were quite keen last week when we talked about it, recognising the high subsidy, low patronage routes. So, we spoke to it last week. It's a tricky balance to find, and obviously that's something that we will need to go through on consultation, and the rest of the network work will really help to inform that. And I'm really optimistic that there will be really substantial engagement in that process, because we have seen over just the last few years huge growth in patronage, a lot more people speaking positively about our buses. The notion that, that we know that from our Metro card use on individual Metro cards, that something like 25% of people have used the bus in the last year. So it's all good messages. It's all great to know. And we just need to sort of like really build on that and keep going and stay positive and optimistic. And we will eventually be able to buy some more electric buses, and we will be able to decarbonise by 2035. I'm quite sure we are going to have to. So, yeah, it's great to see this here, and thanks to staff for it. Kia ora.
Thanks, Vicky. Anyone else wish to speak? No, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Clear, thank you. Okay, that's carried. Now, this is where we were going to go to 8.6, which is the paper on controls for the carriage of pets, if people had read their stuff. So this paper now is a bit tricky because obviously it's got stuff in it that is now not the same as the decision that we just made. One option I've got is we could lay this on the table because it is a bit inconsistent with what we've just done, and noting that in this paper the operational changes were looking to be implemented in September this year. So one option is that we bring our paper back to the next council meeting in August with some clarification on what's happened today in line with this. Is that sort of helpful? Over to you, Stuart.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So our recommendation would be to leave the paper to lie. We need to go away and rethink the conditions that would make up the portion of the code of conduct relating to pets travelling on buses. We'll also need to re-engage with the operators to get to their perspective, and obviously to talk to Christchurch City Council around how this would work through the interchange and what different arrangements we would need to communicate to the community around travelling through the interchange with pets.
Cool. Thank you. Are councillors happy enough with that? Now, do we need a resolution to lay it on the table? Is that how we do it, or would you? Yep. Yep. So we'll just do a resolution, and I think that sounds like a good approach. What's that? Yep.
You know, I know we're not going to get into it, but I'm just curious. But City Council could say no. Thanks, that's all.
But I think it's a good approach that we bring something back to council either August or September with some clarification and with the feedback that you get. So cool, thank you. And there might be that there's a staggered approach or something, so you can work on that and bring that back. Cool. Okay. So I think it's almost coming up. So the resolution would be that we leave item 8.6 to lay on the table until a future meeting. Greg, you happy to move that? Grant, happy to second that? Any discussion needed? Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried, and there it is there. So Councillor Byrnes moved it. Sorry, Liz just moved a bit quick there. And Councillor Reg seconded it. So all those in favour? Aye, carried. Good. Okay, let's go back to 8.5, and this is the South Canterbury Public Transport Fares. And let's go. We've got Thomas, kia ora, and Stuart up to the table to speak to us on this. So there you
go. Kia ora koutou. So I'll take this paper as read. Just a couple of points just to set the scene. So the paper is seeking to formalise some increases in fares for South Canterbury public transit support services. That includes My Way by Metro, Timaru school services, of which there are 3, and the Temuka to Timaru service. The context for this paper is, I guess the story so far is the annual plan workshops we had late last year, where we talked about the considerations for fare changes for Greater Christchurch, with some content on Timaru as well. Of course, during that process, the private revenue ratio discussions came through, and Council made decisions on that earlier this year. So the recommended package is in line with that, the policy about annual fare reviews. And it's been quite some time since fares were reviewed in Timaru properly. So the changes proposed in this paper are in the context that they will be reviewed more in a regular cadence, which is partly why the changes, by and large compared to Christchurch, are smaller. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Questions for the team? No? Would you like to move it? No? Kia ora. I see the question first.
Just one. So the Timaru school bus services, adults can when it refers to community service car concession fares, that's presumably adults. So the general public can use those school buses as well in that area, can they?
Well, that's really for completeness, those fares. So they are for children, those services. I think there is the occasional adult that uses them, but it's related to school travel. Yeah.
The reason I asked that is because I remember Councillor Elizabeth Mackenzie used to talk about that as an opportunity to create some better opportunities for rural residents to be able to get places by public transport, and using the school bus network was one that I remember her talking about. And so I wondered if that's something that essentially what you're saying is people can turn up and get onto the school bus with a Metro card as an adult, not associated with the school kids. It's a public transport route, but primarily is servicing schools. Is that right? Am I got that right?
Stuart might correctly, but we do need to market them as being school services because that is the primary purpose, and there have been some capacity challenges with those, well, with any school route really. So it's a bit, there is that demand management side of it.
Just adding to what Thomas said, the school routes in Timaru are specifically routed to service a number of schools in Timaru. So from an origin destination opportunity perspective, there's very limited amenity for people who aren't going to those schools. They don't go to the main work areas. They don't, So as Thomas outlined, historically we have had a very small number of adults that use those services. Typically they are teachers or someone going to a school for a purpose. In the case of the Temuka service, there are commuters on that bus, so it's not marketed specifically as a school service, although the majority of users are school children at the moment. But we suspect that with the changes that are coming through the Timaru, through the new contracts that we've signed up to, introducing double-decker buses down there, particularly for the Temuka service, might make that more attractive to people to use. It's also worth to note that one of the key purposes for having an adult fare on those school buses is it sets the base for a discount to be applied in the ticketing system. So that's the main reason we offer an adult fare on there.
Thank you. Any more questions? If not, Nick, you were going to move it. Do I have a seconder for this? Ian, thank you. Over to you, Nick, if you want to open the debate.
Well, thank
and
you.
Thanks, Thomas and Stuart. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas and Stuart, for bringing this to us. I guess this review is long overdue. It was 2020, and I guess in that time the living approved wage has gone up nearly $7 an hour. Fuel has gone up 70 cents a litre, and it did peak at $1.20 post COVID. The price for new buses has gone up 20 to 25%, and tyres and road user charges and insurance. So there's been a lot of increases. And so I think that this increase we're seeing here is minuscule really to the cost of actually running that service. And I agree with what Stuart and Thomas have just said, that this does need to be reviewed annually to keep up with inflation and ongoing costs. I've talked to our local mayor, Nigel Bowen, about this, and some of the councillors in Timaru over the last few days, and they have no problems with this increase. They're more than happy for it to increase, and Mayor Bowen made the comment that we'd like to see it being done annually, so then it's, there's less public concern, I guess. So I'm totally in favour of this motion, and thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Ian, you want to go now?
No, only that Peter wasn't in the room, and I think I would have
cool. All good.
referred to him.
Anyone else wish to speak to this? Yep, Vicky.
Just the only comment that I have in terms of this refers to the tap on, tap off. Younger kids in particular, I am a bit nervous, and this applies to Christchurch as well, can be quite scatty, and they're responsible essentially spending their parents' money, and for many families things are tight, and so just that responsibility on younger kids to be having to tap off to make sure that they're not costing their parents. I think we need to make sure we get our communications when we get to that point really strong, and I would hate to see kids being really penalised in their families for having just spent a couple of dollars extra in the week.
Cool. Anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll go back to you, Nick, if you want to finish it off.
Sorry, there was just one comment maybe I got. It's just, people are using the buses in the weekend my way out of ours. Is there opportunity maybe to charge a wee bit more for that? Because, if people going out on the weekend or out on a Friday or a Saturday night probably are prepared to pay a little bit more because they know that it's still going to be cheaper than getting a taxi home. And, some people are using it a little bit as a taxi service. So is there an opportunity to capitalise on that?
Oh, look, that's a good question. Maybe we can answer it right now, but it's a good question for future discussions around how you set the fares for different times. So, cool, thank you. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried, thank you. So that takes us, I think, through to 9.1, I think is that next paper. And that's our resolution status report. So let's go to that. And kia ora, David. No mai hoki mai, ki te tepu. So I'll hand over to you if you want to, anything you want to introduce.
Kia ora, Chair. I'll take the paper as read and happy to answer any questions or get support for any questions.
Sorry, David. Thank you. Any questions, councillors? No? All good. Thanks, David. So let's bring our resolution up. So that's that. We're going to note the status of the previous resolutions. Do I have a mover for that? Nick, thank you. Seconded. Councillor Edge. So Councillor Ward, Councillor Edge, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Previous activities and minutes. So this is the 3 meetings in June of the Regulation Hearing Committee. Any questions on this, or Claire, would you like anything you would like to say?
I'll take it as read. The papers, the minutes are outlined in full in there. Haven't heard that there's any questions unless there is some that people want to raise.
You happy to move?
Yeah,
Cool.
I'll move it.
Cool. And Councillor Reach, happy to second. Cool. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And then 9.3, this is the Chair's report to the Council. Definitely take it as read, but just would acknowledge a few things. Obviously, we had the super local LGNZ conference here the other week. Really proud of the involvement of our councillors in behind the scenes, especially working with LGNZ and Te Marawata on hosting that. Obviously, we stepped in as Christchurch City was no longer a member of LGNZ, so we stepped in to host it here in Christchurch with the support of the Waimakariri and Waikirikiri Selwyn Council, so that was really good. And I thought we had a really good impact on the council, and was topped off later that week on Friday or Thursday night by winning the Super Steward 2 Tiaki Award for the Waitarakau project. So again, just want to acknowledge all the staff that worked on that, as well as our elected members that have been involved. But of course, the partners in that project, Te Runanga Aotearoa Whenua, Timaru District Council, Department of Conservation, and our team. So just a really big acknowledgement. Did have the trophy in, oh, it is over there. Here, I'm going to show people this. Hopefully people can see this when I bring it up on the screen here. So this is the award that we won. It's a tuki, shaped like a tuki, and adds, I think this one's tōtara. There was 5 different timbers used. We've already got our name on the back of it here on this. And the certificate we've got. And we are taking this down to Timaru shortly, if it hasn't already gone, to the team down there, and of course to the partners, and they'll get a copy of the certificate as well. So yeah, really awesome award. And people don't know where Waitarakau is. That's the Washdyke Lagoon, just before you get to Timaru. So awesome work there that's going on. I look forward to that project continuing into the future with the great start that it's had. And other than that, I'll open up for any questions if people have got any questions or anything else they want to add. Dion?
I was just going to say the local government conference was great. You mentioned Te Marawata, which was awesome, awesome event, hui, but also the young elected members. Got to do a shout out to the young elected members as well, with Joe Davies and myself, and all of them from around the country, all those under 40s for local government, all 7% of us. When I was first elected, there was more more people named John than there were people named, aged under 40. So it's good to see there's now more people aged under 40 than there are Johns elected. So, just needed to make sure that we were all mentioned.
No, thank you, and also acknowledge the regional tour, which isn't noted there, but I know Councillor Mackay and Councillor Sunkel went over to the Taipotini, the West Coast, and were hosted over there by the West Coast Regional Council on that, and the Te Marawata Hui on the Tuesday, I think it was. Myself, Dion, Councillor Korako and Councillor Cranwell were at that. There was also the Women in Local Government breakfast as well that I know you went to that, Vicky. Really awesome week. And the Te Marawata Hui, obviously there's quite a big process coming up with Māori wards for a lot of those councillors and a lot of those councils. So that was a topic of conversation. And of course, at the local government conference itself, where our work on our position statements in terms of the RMA and our local government workshop obviously came up as well. So, yeah, really awesome couple of days. Vicky, did you have something you wanted to add? No, you good? Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say Genevieve also.
Oh, and Genevieve.
No. And but the speaker, and I'm desperately trying to remember who's what her act. And
she's head of age
woman.
concern. She's at
CEH concern. She spoke really well. Anyways, they're going to try and get her to be able to come back to talk to like a whole mixed gender group of people because she was such an excellent speaker. It was a shame to keep it all to women. Tracy Martin, that's right. Tracy Martin, she was an excellent speaker. And so, yeah, really, really great to hear from. And so, yeah, I think that should be opened up to everybody.
Cool. Thank you. And another hui that I was involved with recently, that Councillor Cranwell and I went to, was our Te Waihora co-governance meeting that we had out at the marae. It was an informal meeting of that group, but it was the first time we've met for quite a while out at Taumutu. And we're looking to do a little press release about the work that has continued behind the scenes with all the partners, Selwyn District Council, Christchurch City Council, Department of Conservation, us, and I think that's the list I've got, and of course Ngaitahu. So yeah, that was a good hui. Nook?
Just going back to the conference, I think it's important to note that David Seymour's speech actually was different to what was actually given to the media, because there was no mention around Karakia or anything like that in the actual speech at the conference. What the media got was quite different. So, because if it would have happened there, we would have actually obviously had a response from Mana Whenua. Anyway.
Yeah, kia ora, Nock. It is important to recognise that was. He obviously read the room, he did his thing, and it was sort of different to the one that went out online. So yeah, interesting to note. The other thing that you'll see in the papers there is a letter that I wrote to Minister Bishop straight after the conference, just acknowledging the work that we did. Because I had a meeting with him, and myself and Grant were in the meeting with him for the South Island Regional Transport Committee chairs, and he showed some interest in the work we'd done, so we followed up with that, and we're hoping to get a meeting with Minister Bishop as soon as we can, so myself and Dion will go to that if we get a invite. So looking forward to that if we can. Any other questions, councillors? All good? Well, I'll move that we receive the Chair's report. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Ward, thank you. So, yeah, I'll move that. Liz, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Ward. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And that takes us on to our public excluded items. So we'll just pass our resolution to go into public excluded, and then we'll get through the rest of our meeting after that. Was that? No, we did an hour, and it was at least an hour, so we've still got a bit of time. I'm happy for a break if people want a slight break, people want a slight stretch. Let's do 5 minutes and we'll come back, or 4 minutes, we'll come back at 3:40. Yeah, true, we'll do the resolution first. So this is the resolution. It's a bit more wordy than normal because we've got some people that have to stay in. So people can see that on the screen. Are people happy? Do I have a mover? Councillor Edge, and seconded by Councillor Robinson. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. And any against? That's carried. Thank you. And we'll have a slight adjournment for 4 minutes. Thank you. Cool. So welcome back. We're just going to finish our meeting here. Our next meeting is, which will be our second to last meeting for this term, 27th of August. So that's our next meeting. And I'm happy to do Karakia unless anyone else wants to do it, to finish off our day. And just thank you everybody for your patience. It's been a bit of a long one today, but appreciate everyone's efforts and energy. He Karakia Whakakapi o tātou nei hui. Kia tau nā manakitanga o nā mea karo ki runga ki tēnā o tātou. Te hua mā kihiki, kia toi te reo, kia toi te mana, kia toi te aroha, tūturu whakamā, kia tīna, haumi e hui e pā ki e kia ora koutou.